HMC Radio. HMC Radio.
HMC Radio.
Bruv.
HMC Radio.
Hey, what up? It's Hans.
Alright, Animated here, tuning in. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. We had quite a few things to get ironed out, and now I just want to bring it down for you guys. Later on, we'll have our buddy Disco. What's up, Zuni? Yep, just trying to be the team, getting the microphone set up here. So, from what I'm seeing here right now, we're just waiting for Mailbox Kids to get on the board. Currently 6-0 from LAN. Just had a loss, a pretty convincing loss against Zoomers. And as you know from our last No Scope 9 tournament here at Virtual Sports, Zoomers and RYD. Push on the flank, and it's taken out by Fab. Successfully made their way. Nice pick there from CGL. This might be the round. RYD down 2 versus 3 against Mailbox Kids. This is Mailbox Kids' first tournament here on LAN with us at Virtual Sports. Excited to see what kind of results we're looking at. Lee Taco's got a great position here. Fortunately, the play to keep the bomb outside might be really good. Nice shot from Fab. So looks like they'll be able to secure this bomb plant winner. Fab's at upper outside, so now we're in 2v1, and Lewis Liquid Bryant is here on ladder all by himself now in a 1v3. Quite a bit of economy built up over on the CT. Not looking too good, so probably going to be a save here from Lewis. Well, actually, he's going to go for it. Just outnumbered, and also the bomb is not planted in his favor. Let me know what you guys are thinking of the stream. Let me know what you guys think of the tournament so far. Hit us up at NWESORG on Twitter. Once again, I am animated. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Mailbox Kids is now on the board here on the first half of training. So if you guys do exclamation point help or exclamation point bracket, you can see our commands. And that'll give you an idea of how the bracket is progressing. We are doing a round robin format. We have 4 teams, 2 teams on LAN, 2 teams online, and these are all players from the Northwest region. Okay, all 5 alive on both sides. 15 seconds into the 8th round here. So a bit of a slower play from Mailbox Kids, really probably just looking for them to get taken out of position, them being RYD. Really, I think this is just a play for picks kind of around. Pick there from CGL. Now we're in a 4v5. Corrupt doesn't otherwise. 3 or 4 players having head armor. Not a whole lot of people. So, if we see Mailbox Kids get this bomb down, there's going to be a heck of a retake because there's really just not a ton of utility from RYD's side to. Hey, the input Atlas, thank you so much. Kind of had to slap some things. Teams on LAN this time. All right, great trades coming through. Wow, quick. It's down now. Quite a bit of money to go around over on Mailbox Kids. Be interesting to see if they take this round, this next round, nice and slow again, or do something a bit more aggressive. Looks like he's going for the boss. Lots of utility over on RYD, but Kyler and Liquid do not have head armor, so pick there though, Roy. Very well played. All things considered, as he just corrupt. So Mailbox Kids in a 2v1 now. Wow, great pick from CGL through the smoke there. So yeah, looking good. Mailbox Kids getting another round. So you know, as we all hate to see on LAN as a shutout. So really like to see Mailbox Kids just rally up and hopefully get at least 5 rounds on this T side. T side on train can be pretty difficult. Yeah, just a complete window here though. Dracon does have hit armor, so this would be a good time for Mailbox Kids to really stick together. Warcock and Roy picks. Oh, just really bad timing from Lee Taco. Back twice there with really no answer for it. We are going to get the bomb down. Ladder is Molly. That play is creeping inside from RYD, and Fabio's just in the perfect position to goes their way. I don't think he's expecting another player there though, from RYD. Corrupt just creeping around, making the perfect play. So right now we've got RYD coming out of mid as well as ladder. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the input there, Don. No problem. Get that scoreboard loaded up here for just a moment. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. plays from Liquid here. He's at a 3-to-1 ratio. Looks like 2-to-1 from Tyler. 4 kits on their team. And they're just leading the charge here. Looks like there might have been a stab in spawn there, and Fab took a little bit of damage, so lapse in judgment, forgot that on there. Andrea just pushing Ivy, immediately gets a pick on Fabio. So really, it just seems like RYD is absolutely taking advantage of minor mistakes that Mailbox kids are making. Which they've got an op, they've got a scout, so okay, good call from Roy. Now they've got 3 AKs and an op, and really just need to find one of these RYD players out of position. RYD sitting on a lot of So I appreciate your patience. Once again, I am animated at about 4 o'clock or after 4 o'clock. We have our buddy Blue casting for you guys. Blue is fantastic. And this is good. Mailbox kids getting on the board a little bit more. RYD's got some, they've got the money. They've got 3 kits. Looks like 2 of them have Mailbox kids have a great opportunity, though. It's really easy with those AKs to do a 1-tap with no head armor, so hopefully they rally up here and get these last 2 rounds. And I think they've kind of realized that RYD will absolutely take advantage of any little cracks they find in their defense or their offensive plays here, so really they've got to be on their toes. Great for up there right as the smoke. Draxon taking a little bit of damage. If you guys want to chat with us, let us know how the stream is going. Give us a follow. Maybe you can hit us with the retweet round. We're on the 15th round now. And really want to see Mailbox Kids rally together and get this last round so they can have a convincing second half. Thanks for the heads up, Grim. I turned myself up a little bit. I didn't want to be too overwhelming in terms of volume. Alright, so this is kind of what I was hoping to see a little bit more from Mailbox Kids. Looks like they're going to be really aggressive on this round and pushing inner. Position and take advantage of the play. Completely whips that on Tyler. So CGL's great flick there from CGL. Fortunately, it looks like him and Fabio are pretty split up. Fabio gets that hit on Liquid, so now they're in a 2v2 situation. Fabio's taken a lot of damage. Bomb has been planted. Alright, so RYD just completely executing that retake perfectly. It looks like they're going to pick up this last round. So, first half, 11 for RYD, 4 for Mailbox Kids. Alright, RYD, just tons of aggression outside right now. Getting this bomb down nice and quickly. 15 seconds of the round passed before the bomb was planted. With 5 kills and the bomb down. Thanks for the heads up, D. Matson. We'll take care of that right now. That is one thing I didn't get to do very much, was a sound check on this, so thank you guys for your input, appreciate that. Alright, boy, just getting railroaded here, completely blind. CGL comes out frag on Andrea, though, gets traded. And Lead Taco on the rotate does his best, but corrupts. Great dink there from Warcock. He's going to have a little bit of trouble. Kyler's trying to be cheeky here. He gets the knife, and they're going to go there. And Kyler does get that knife. So, great play from her. Great sportsmanship from Mailbox Kids. And we'll see now that we're moving into round 18. So this is really this is Mailbox Kids' best chance to get back on this board here. Shut down Clan RYD. Though I think we're going to see likely a ton of aggression out of this round, as RYD is not holding back anything. Already down. CGL there. Left comes around on Fabio, and that may be his second or third time Fabio gets a shot in the back. So over on Mailbox Kids' side, as RYD just seems to be everywhere on this side. Insurmountable. They're getting some picks on the nice plays from Fabio here, taking down 2 of them, so it's a 4v3. RYD seems to be down here. Display 2 of them poke out on Fabio down here. Draxon makes that trade happen from CGL. And now they've got the bomb down. Draxon has absolutely no. Unfortunately, though. Oh, yeah, what's up, Zuni? Yep. I try to make sure we're streaming a lot of our 10 minutes, but I'm not in this game, and I'm also being the TO today, so just trying to give some color commentary for you guys. Warcock right now is in a 1v2. He's got full health, but once again, RYD just takes them down. RYD with great communication, pinching those players over and over. So we're gonna move on to the next match. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Once again, I am your caster currently, Animated. You can hit me up on Twitter, NWESORG. A little bit after 4 p.m., we'll have our buddy Vu CSGO tuning in. We'll be right back.
HMC Radio.
HMC Radio.
You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Shit up a lot, 300 cash, like carton with a blunt in it. Look at my thigh, and she got ass, she gon' fuck up a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, spend it up in the stash. In Italy, got too far, what they give me. Hard to talk, when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, and be real with me. Heat it up.
thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to cast from here on out. I'm your TO and your caster animated. After 4 o'clock, we'll have Vu tuning in. Pretty convincing first few rounds from nobodies. Great buy from there's an alert on Emins. One watching their back from nobodies, and they're really just going to try to... Nice pick there from Jackie. Nice headshot. Took a little bit of damage. Nobody's trying to aggressively. Nice pick from Emins on Jackie. Nice spec there. Nice pick through the smoke there from D. Matson. So now it's a 3v1. Oh, 3v2, sorry, Carlos with very, very little. Nobody's in the perfect position to make this happen, so now Alert's stuck in a 1v2. There's hardly any health to speak of, and Emins is pushing through the terrorists win. So nobody takes this 5th round. We're moving on to round 6. Like they're gonna go for the eco here, tossing around a couple of Beagles, Zoomers with just this eco buy. Lots of economy being built up for nobodies as they move into this 6th round. So let's see if they can rally up. Nice hit here from Emins. It looks like MJC takes down his teammate D. Matson. Here. Oh, great flick on Jackie. Alert gets the deagle on Kaplan, Frag, and makes this trade happen. So now it's 2v2. Surprisingly, though the plant is going down at B, while both of the remaining Zoomer players are at A. With looks like Alert has body armor. Really just in the perfect position to be able to take the rest of the remaining Zoomers players out. As we move into round 7. So big buys coming out here from Zoomers. You can definitely tell that they're struggling to find some momentum. No head armor on J Mercy or Alert. They both got ops and utility. So opting for that utility over getting the head armor. Let's see if it works in their favor. Wrongcho just aggressing down middle here, and Zoomers hopefully have an answer. Great pick from Tito there on Jackie. Jackie tried to be a little too aggressive, I think, and now we're in a 5v4. A little bit of damage here. Perfect. So now we've got Zoomers in a 3v4. The bomb was down, so Kaplan Emins gets the pick on Godluck. I'm not sure. I think that might be Wrongcho. Kaplan's getting this plant down at A, and he's the only player at A has relayed the info that they have absolutely cornered Zoomers here in the A bomb site. Alert getting that spam, I think the best option for them. Great pick by Kaplan there through just the corner of that wall on Alert. Heading back to A site just to make sure there's no defusing going on. Of course, D. Matson's opting to save this weapon. So, low on HP, not a heck of a lot of economy going on over there at Zoomers, so definitely a slow round that's coming in this next round. MJC with 5k, D. Matson with 6k. They could definitely get a buyout on this. Let's see what they opt for. Yep, and they're going for it. So 4 M4s and a FAMAS, 4 Zoomers. Almost everybody with head armor except D. Matson. So looks like there's going to be a quick play on mid here from nobody. Great pick by Kaplan, almost immediately on D. Matson. Oh, and he gets 2. Great play by Mercy there, doing his best to try to take all 3, not get that 3rd player. Great pick here by Alert, takes down Emins, and this may put Zoomers on the board. Thor and Rongcho moving into the B bomb site. They've got the bomb. Bomb down. Great pick there by Rongcho. And Alert is now stuck in a 1v2 on the B bomb site. Nice flashbang over on Boost there. But definitely gave away his position. I can't imagine he'll fully commit to this, but there's definitely potential. Yep, no Alert. He's definitely going to fully commit. Hits that pick. Oh my gosh, and unfortunately just does not have a kit for this play. But happens to be in the perfect position to do that 1v2, so that's a tough round. Good 1v2 there from Alert. Good effort, saving that Krieg, and now we're moving into round 9 with nobody's leading pretty convincingly here. Gosh, and just all the trades going down here at mid. This again puts Zoomers in a great position to get on the board. 3v3 with one of the players over there on nobody's taking a heck of a lot of damage. AK, Krieg, and Op. Nobody's just creeping their way through mid here. Alert's ready for this. Nice shot by Alert. So now nobody's. Looks like they dropped the bomb and they're going to pick it up now. With 1 minute roughly left in the round. Great opportunity for Zoomers to get on the board here, and I think Alert's just in the perfect position to be able to take this play. He's in there and totally gets the spray down. So now we've got Rongcho here in a 1v3. It's going to be absolutely himself, and Jackie takes full advantage of that situation. So now we've finally got Zoomers on the board. It looks like they've found nobody's strategy here. They've also got a little bit of economy to be able to get a kind of a half buy going here. These 3, well, it looks like 4 of them have head armor. 1 Krieg, 2 M4s, an Op, and a FAMAS. They're in a perfect position to be able to keep this momentum going. And nobody's, I think they've just found that this mid play really doesn't work. And we can see they've already fortunate time there from Jackie and J Mercy. Definitely getting the bomb down. Alert's taking a lot of damage. That was a perfect flank. Unfortunately, they just absolutely called that out. Oh my gosh, and see Alert doing his best to try to get those no-scopes in, but just gets completely overwhelmed by nobodies as we move into round 11, Zoomers, with only 1 round on the board. So it looks like they're pretty close on a lost bonus, so we are seeing a buy come out from Zoomers. And once again, I think nobody's realized that pushing and immediately gets a pick from Alert. Both players and Jack doesn't play A. MJC gets taken down by Rongcho here, who is watching the flank. Also waiting for D-Mats in there. into round 12. Zoomers are forced to be on an eco after a couple of pretty sketchy buys. Looks like this is almost a full-on B-rush from nobody's side. Kaplan going for that molly on boost, and there's really nobody from Zoomers here. I think after 2 A rushes, they just really were not prepared for a full-on B rush, and it happens to work perfectly in nobody's favor. With 5 players alive, the bomb is planted. Looks like a missed molly there from Rongcho. And you know, with head armor and 4 players with armor, probably looking pretty good for Knight really just didn't work out. Jager's trying to get the second kill with the CZ, but is just unfortunately unable to do that. Another one comes through, and they absolutely get sweeped out. Alert does happen to pick up one. 3 players remaining as they move into the 13th round with nobody. So Zoomer's really struggling to get on the board here. Nobody's doing a really good job at sticking together and doing their best to find Zoomers out of position, and it just seems like they do it over and over again. Alert, MJC, these guys get a pick, but unfortunately, multiple times now they've been caught. Nobody's here, and they're just absolutely sweeping the Zoomers as we move now into round 14. I'm your caster and your TO animated. If you'd like to communicate with us, hit us up on WESORG. This is round 14. No bomb down yet. Great boost coming through from D. Matson. Gets that pick on Thorson. The bomb is down now. And Zoomers, 4 players alive, 1 player left from nobodies, and this may be their second round. Which is not impossible. Rongcho has so much time right now. There's more than a minute left in the round, and he's coming. It's a straight. It's killed with a nice straight there. MP9 from MJC. So Zoomers with their second round on the board. This is the last round of the first half, and I think Zoomers are clearly looking to be able to pick this last one up. Solid buy coming through from Zoomers. Looks like a bit of miscommunication maybe on who's taking what guns. All are 4 players with head armor. Each one of them are armed. And really, it's interesting the fact that nobody does not even have a single. Looks like they're going with a coordinated rush. Lots of utilities coming out from Zoomers, which is holding this back. This smoke. Great pickup there. Long show. Now it's 5v4. Smoke goes ready for Kaplan here, but Kaplan has the strafe and quickly takes down Zoomers. Takes out Kaplan. Also, and they pick up this last round. So a bit hectic here on this last round for nobodies. They did their best to try to rush that A site. Though pretty impressively, no eco rounds required from nobodies this half. So Zoomers was doing their best to force up on a lot of rounds there. We only saw a couple eco rounds. They were doing a lot of buying, picking up those FAMAS, those MP9s, doing their best. And we'll really see what they've got in store for this side. Alright, looks like Alert's lining up some utility usage. Gets a smoke up there towards A. And I think we're going to see a delayed A rush here. With the smoke now in sight, so it's probably pretty obvious to nobody's which is going to go through how the bomb Zoomers, looks like they're locked and loaded, ready to hopefully sweep this half just like nobody's did to them as we now move into round 17. In mid here from Nova. J Mercy just absolutely down Will. Newman's doing his best. Great headshot. Great second headshot. Great third headshot. Oh my gosh. Eamon's here by himself on the A side. Just absolutely destroying Zoomers there with that Teagle. So alerts and attacks. A lot of damage and just can't hold it down. Thorson able to take that AK. Rongcho able to take that AK, and now we move into round 18 with nobody's bringing in AKs on it. So really a tough position for Zoomers. I think they were trying to take that momentum and run with it, and Eamon's absolutely shutting that down with a critical 3-1D Eagle hold on A. It's absolutely impressive. So just the MAC-10, Kaplan trying to push here really does not work at all. He's gonna really take it, and he just absolutely sprays down all three players here with it. Looks like an 8. Alert trying to answer back to Eamon's 3-1 Deegs. Gets 2, but really there's the 2 additional players there to follow up from Nobody's. So now we move into round 19. Nobody's 14 and Zoomers 4. To go through that Molly, Rongcho just absolutely decimating him as he tries to run through. Great pick here from J. Matson also following up with that MAC-10. Thorson's ready though to trade J Mercy out. Like Eamon's getting a little cheeky on a push here on A, and so we'll see if this really comes in handy. Oh, there's 2 players pushing A, so this is quickly as Alert gets the bomb dropped by a flank from Eamon's duo. So down the other Zoomers player now and got around these 8 pushing players. So we'll see what Matson can do with this MAC-10 he's got. Being really careful, just trying to get this loot. It's a nice wrap on Thorson, so the communication is up. They know where he's at. Looks like they're being cheeky and playing with him, throwing guns around. He did his best to try to retrieve this. 30 seconds, gets the pick on Eamon's. Sees where... Oh, there's going to be a push. And great 3v1 from D. Matson. Fantastic plays. So really keeping Zoomers in this game single-handedly as we move into round 20. Lots of skill from both of these teams. Looks like MJC is struggling there. He is 2-15 with a -13 ratio. Does have 3 assists, but really would like to see him get a chance to get into this game. Jackie as well. As we saw in the first half, Jackie unfortunately was caught with utility out on multiple occasions. Zoom forced a half buy out of Nobody's here. On Jackie, they're absolutely in his face. Both of the players from Nobody's are already at this bomb site, though they really just don't have the guns. MJC peeking around. Great pick from MJC. Looks like the other 2 players are there, but Zoomers are still going to aggress onto this bomb site, so we'll see how it works for them. He maps it. There he absolutely got. Absolutely just pushing through. And duo players from Zoomers lined up and just took full advantage of that and let that gun stay on full automatic. So We're now moving into round 21. And with Zoomers, it's now or never. There's really not a lot of utility and not really a lot of momentum on their side, so they're going to have to get creative with this round here, as it very well may be their last round. Pushing up on it, Jackie trades. D-Matson got a lot of damage, and looks like all 5 players are here in the mid-rush. I'm sure Kaplan can hear this, so he's already communicated it. Duo just making sure that mid-rush is not as easy as they thought it would be. MJ for this and takes down Emins. So Zoomer's now in a 3. Alert is waiting around for this. I think he's aware the last player is B. The timing, incredible timing here. Now Zoomers in a 2v1. Let's see if Thor can return D Matson 3v1 clutch from a couple rounds ago. But really, Zoomers are in the perfect position. Down. Great pick there from MJC, doing a lot of damage. So, we now move into round 22 with Zoomers slowly crawling back up the scoreboard. There's just too many players from nobody's there in mid. They tried to do their best. Zoomers pushing up mid there, and now they're in a tough position. Nobody's has control of the bomb in mid. MJC and J Mercy so far away from each other on the map here. Let's see if they can slowly make some picks. Duo just happens to be in the perfect position to take J Mercy there. Here from A, gets this pick on Duo. It looks like Kaplan fell off the map, so working in MJC's favor clearly, but still MJC's got quite a bit of work ahead of him with a little more than half of his health remaining, and the bomb in possession of nobody's. Creeping around. Emins just happens to be in this crouched position, but he's really and there it is. Emins picks up MJC in a very, very 16-6 convincing win from nobody's. So we'll be back here in just a bit with your next match. Thank you so much for tuning in. You're watching Northwest Esports. I'm Animated, your TO and current caster.
HMC Radio.
HMC Radio.
Bruv.
Alright, and we are back with another match between RYD and Zoomers. We've got a lot more Counter-Strike for you today. We currently have 4 teams, 2 of which are on LAN, 2 of which are online. I am your current caster, Animated, currently casting for you while also being the TO for this tournament. After this match, we'll have our guy, Vu CSGO, tuning in. And if you guys want to find more information about Northwest Esports, you can head to our Twitter at Also, we have full match statistics at ND, our proprietary tournament platform. If you guys want to check out the bracket, you can do !bracket. You'll see that we are going to have each team play against each other twice to determine seeding, of which they'll head into a single elimination bracket with the best of 3 finals. We've got a lot more Counter-Strike for you today, and it should be a ton of fun. So once again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We are on site here at Virtual Sports in Tukwila, Washington, a laser tag, esports, VR, and event center. If you guys want to learn a little bit more about Virtual Sports, head to virtualsports.net or Virtual Sports NW on all social media platforms. Hey, what's up, Tribute? Hey, Steph, thanks for tuning in. Welcome, you guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out. This is the first of many series to come, coronavirus permitting, in 2020. We took a break from the No Scope series, and partnering with Virtual Sports are bringing you a new series titled Exit Frag, and this is our first tournament for that. So, given the health considerations, we chose to have a hybrid tournament of regional community members and regional competitors and community members here in the Northwest. So we do have 2 teams on LAN, 2 teams online. Here on LAN, we have Team RYD as well as Team Mailbox Kids. Zoomers coming into this next match here after a pretty formidable loss on Vertigo against Nobodies. That match ended in 16-6. So I know Zoomers are coming into this next match hoping they can get a little bit more momentum up than last time, or the last match they just played on our other server. we have Mailbox Kids playing against Nobodies. And this match will likely not be on Train. I know the first match that they played against Zoomers was on Mirage. And I believe that match is 16-7. So we've got so much more Counter-Strike for you guys today. A lot of these teams are going to play against each other once again. No doubt this match will be on Train. We're just waiting for the players to ready up. They'll get through knife round, and we'll see where we're sitting after. We'll see where we're sitting after knife round. If you guys want to learn more about our upcoming Face It tournament, online tournament, open to 16 teams nationwide in North America or US. Go ahead and put that in the chat there. We've got 50,000 Face It points up for grab. That's around $150 USD value. And as you know from the Face It platform, there are tons of rewards and tons of points, or tons of things you can get for winning those points. Go ahead and put that, check that out. We'd love to get that bracket filled. You're going to hear a lot more about that over the next upcoming few weeks, or actually the next 2 weeks, as it's a Wednesday through Saturday tournament, each round happening at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So as I mentioned, go ahead and click that link. If you're not a part of our Face It CSGO hub, you're doing it wrong. So go ahead and search for Northwest Esports there on Face It. You can also find a link to our Face It hub on nwesports.org. Once again, I am your host and your tournament organizer for the time being, Animated. I also run Northwest Esports. Next game, we'll have our buddy Vu, who unfortunately could not be here due to some of the restrictions surrounding the coronavirus, but will be tuning in from his computer, doing his best to try to play as some of the top tier casting that we have in the region. So it looks like after the map veto, we are moving to Train. So this should be a convincing matchup. I know RYD definitely has a strong set of strategies for terrorist side and counter-terrorist side on Train. So really excited to see them come back as well from a pretty formidable loss in their first match against Zoomers. We should be moving in a ninth round here really soon. If you guys want to interact with us or learn more about our organization, you can hit up our Twitter at NWESORG. We would love to hear from you. Any kind of feedback you've got, any information you're looking for surrounding our regional competitions. I'm there. That's where you can hit Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, as well as other sports games, including FIFA, NBA. We have a pretty aggressive esports schedule set up as we are now on site here at Virtual Sports. If you know about Virtual Sports, if you want to come down, we've got a brand new laser tag system that's been developed over the last 3 years. Using military training was a fantastic way to get out and have some fun with your friends. We've got team deathmatch mode, domination mode, capture flag, as well as free on our laser field. Is tactical laser tag field in the Pacific Northwest. If you want to learn more about that, head to virtualsports.net. And very shortly here, we'll be moving into the knife round. Once again, I am casting talent currently, as well as your tournament organizer, Animated. And after this next match, we will have our buddy CSGO, arguably some of the best casting here to cast for you after this next match. So just one more match, you're gonna have to listen to me. So once again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. This is the first of many more Exit Frag CSGO tournaments upcoming in the future. 2020. Rarely do you see solid knife round strategies, but looks like both teams holding off, and RYD broke and is interested in getting out here and figuring out just where the heck are Zoomers. A little update on the match we have going simultaneously with Nobodies versus Mailbox Kids. Nobodies won the knife round, and they are currently playing on Dust 2, with Nobodies taking terrorist side. You may or may not be watching the longest knife round in Northwest Esports LAN history. But Zoomers just not letting down. They're going to hang out here in heaven with a jump down and a stab in the back by Andrew. This is really going to work in RYD's favor. It's now a 4v1. So much work for J Mercy to do, and he just can't do it. So let's see. Clan RYD is going to pick their side. Alright, and RYD unsurprisingly goes for the CT side. If you want to learn more about our organization, hit us up on Twitter at NWESORG. Let us know how we're doing. Give us some feedback. We love interacting with you guys. Let us know what you think of our tournaments, of our broadcasts. And we are starting first round of Clan RYD versus Zoomers. Looks like Zoomers is going to take a slow Ivy approach with a player creeping inside. Coming out of Ivy for this, and absolutely takes down Liquid, excuse me, on a quick attack. MJC and Alert. Just pinch Kyler. Kyler doing her best. Unfortunately, she had already taken a lot of damage. Now we're moving into round 2. Zoomers picks up this first round, and they're already buying AKs. Looks like we've got actually just one AK and 2 Galils there. Looks like a force on the CT side as well. We've got 3 MP9s and taking damage initially. Traxon. Lots of immediate aggression from Zoomers. This is not unsurprising at all. Zoomers is definitely an aggressive team normally. So Corrupt here, just trying to do a knife peek, see what he could see. He's slowly creeping on him there. Traxon doing quite a bit of damage to MJC. He is the only one with this AK, and he has Liquid a little quick on that ladder rotate, and MJC is waiting for it. Meanwhile, we've got the bomb creeping down Ivy. Jackie gets a great pick on Andrea. Waiting here from Kyler. It looks like Kyler might have blinded herself on her way down. They are also getting the bomb down. And Zoomers takes the second round quite convincingly with 4 players still alive. Alright, just gonna run over here and get a quick update on the Mailbox versus Nobodies game. Looks like Mailbox Kids are up 1 round. Nobodies with 2. On the terrorist side. Well, I missed out Andrea. Looks like that was a push Ivy and still got that pick. 2 players with the bomb already inside for Zoomers. 3 players still remaining for Clan RYD. They're in a great position to try to get some extra. I don't see them winning this round. So Krupp just hanging out. Got the jump on D Matson, and he's gonna get this Mac 10. Quick reload, and he's gonna have some company here through Z. So we're gonna see how this plays out. He may be able to get 1 if he's lucky. 2. Alert trying to pop out off this flash, but they really have no idea where Corrupt is. And Alert just happens to come around the corner. perfectly, and J Mercy's there to back him up. So nice try there from Corrupt, trying to pick up a little bit more, get a little more economy built up. Excuse me. As we move now into the 4th round. Once again, I am your casting talent, currently animated, as well as your TO. For this next match, we will have our friend from up north, Blue CSGO, casting for you. Alright, so RYD Corrupt. Great pick on Alert. As most people know, if you have played against RYD, Liquid is a formidable strength on that ladder room. D Matson trying to get some down there and blows up Liquid. So we've got a wide open ladder room 4v4. Corrupt hanging out with this op, just trying to make sure he's getting Ivy covered. 2 players here at Ivy for RYD. Oh, Andrea giving a lot of damage there to Jackie to the face. Jackie now down to 12 HP. Andrea took a couple hits. We're still in a 4v4 situation. A little less than a minute left for Zoomers, so it's pretty clear they're likely playing for picks. MJ out. Oh my gosh. Just absolutely catches Andrea off guard. Tries to hit that pre-fire on Z, which Corrupt is there. It looks like Kyler's probably letting them know, you know, this smoke is coming down on inner. The bombs have not been planted clearly, but there is only 30 seconds left in this round, so Zoomers are going to have to make their play. The bomb and another Zoomers player is coming out of ladder, so I'm pretty sure the jig is up. MJC getting the pick on Traxon. D Matson taking down Kyler. She was completely unaware of his presence up there. Nice creep there from D Matson using that utility. And MJC doing a lot of damage on Corrupt. Not sure Corrupt is completely ready for this flank. Great flank from D Matson. Zoomers takes this 4th round as we now move into the 5th round on D-Train. This is the 2nd time Zoomers and Clan RYD have played each other today. If you want to learn more about the state of this tournament, exclamation point bracket will be your friend and direct you towards our round robin leaderboard, of which we're trying to establish seeding moving into a single elimination bracket with a best of 3 final. Tons more Counter-Strike coming up for you today. RYD with this push here. Corrupt trying to make his way out, but that molly and grenade really made things difficult for him. Blind. Liquid's trying to make this eagle play happen. Does pick up J Mercy, but is unable to pick up that 2nd player. And RYD doing their best to survive in this round. A little bit of utility. They've got eco weapons. But they are absolutely outnumbered. Andrea just getting mollied out there. Find a great position. Kyler also taking a shot to the face there in Z. I think D Matson's got a pretty good idea this flank's and is perfectly ready for it. So, Zoomers picking up this 5th round. We're moving on to the 6th round. And this should be a solid buy for RYD. Corrupt once again with the op. 2 ops coming in with the double op strat. I still find it kind of funny that a double opping is even something worth noting, as back in the day we used to have even 3 ops sometimes, and it was pretty normal. Pretty fast play coming in from Zoomers here. Kyler, I know, plays by herself on inner, so she may ask some of her teammates to rotate here. Block Alert. Alert is stuck in there by himself, so we've got 4 RYD players outside and just 1 inner, which they're making. Great pick from Andrea here on Ivy. Jackie's getting taken. Kyler is by herself on the inner bomb site here. A little bit concerned about how far the Zoomers players have already pushed on upper. Bomb being dropped to D Matson here, and this is going to be really difficult for She is taken down immediately by Alert. Corrupt does hit a trade. J Mercy getting pretty far back in this bomb site, And I'd hate to see Corrupt get wiped by this. J Mercy's in a great position to be able to make this play. Players from RYD are now on this bomb site, but unfortunately, as they try to take down J Mercy, he's there with just a great opportunity to take down a player that's not even paying attention. Her best here, but J Mercy with so much aggression, she had absolutely no idea he was so close, and he's able to take her down with a close range P250. Zoomers up 6 rounds. RYD hoping to get on the board here. I know this is pretty tough. That was a pretty solid buy from them last round. So we're going to see what looks like Corrupt getting a mag 7. Hoping this works in his favor. Traxon with his favorite, the CZ. Got 3 or 2. Excuse me. Third. 8-5-7 pickup here from Kyler. She gets the pick. Perfect position to use this swag 7 to great hit from Hits the dink. And this may very well go in Kyler's favor. Great play. RYD picking up the eco round. I think Kyler really pushed the issue, if you will, with just getting those first 2 players and a dink on the 3rd player as they're trying to all cram out of that T-Con. As you're aware, T-Con is kind of a really narrow place to try to fit a lot of players out without having a lot of utility to give you space, and that absolutely costs Zoomers around. Alright, lots of utility usage going on here. Jacket's picking up the bomb and heading inner. Kyler once again in here by herself, but it looks like she does have a teammate inside, so great pick from Alert, great picks from MJC. Zoomers once again just really catching RYD off guard. It's pretty clear that RYD doing their best to try to get map control here, but every time they're trying to use utility, Zoomers makes them pay for it. So now RYD 3v3, which was this ends up in a 1v2. Lots of damage taken by J Mercy, though he does have this bomb site pretty convincingly. Getting the bomb planted. Corrupt just trying to get players assist. Goes for the flick. Unfortunately, does get this pick on Alert. And as we know, J Mercy has taken a lot of damage, but he definitely knows where he is, given that Alert where he's at. So Corrupt doing his best to try to hit that 1v2 off, but unfortunately his position was given away, and J Mercy was totally prepared for it. While he may not have had the health to take that fight, J Mercy just pushing on him, taking that last round. So now we're on round 9. RYD is on the board unconvincingly currently. Using a ton of utility. It looks like MJC got hit by an off of that smoke. This is good because it's another buy round for RYD, but unfortunately not able to take MJC. Got that with the Krieg there. Nice hit from Andrea there on Jackie. MJC is still chilling here at E-Box, so he's able to get out on Kyler. Tough spot in a 1v2. That was a 1v3, was able to get Alert, but with one player coming out from Ivy and one player dropping from Ladder, that's just a really tough position for Liquid to be in, especially with, from what I recall, some pretty low health. You guys want to learn more about our organization, hit up our Twitter at NWESORG. We love when you interact with us. Please give us a retweet, like those tweets. Let us know what you think of our broadcast and how things are going. Great Liquid. Oh, again. Perfect opportunity to do more damage here. Oh, man. That's it. Just lots of aggression. And it makes sense. I mean, it's pretty clear they're on an eco. Corrupt here with the swag 7 once again. But Corrupt is under rotation, so he's kind of just chilling there on the other side of the smoke. D. Matson is prepared here, and I'm quite confident he heard that reload. So Corrupt knows close proximity Might be in his best interest, even though there is an AK sitting there in front of him, to try to get this exit frag. He's got wind that he's chilling in here, so they're going to push on this and be aggressive. Corrupt gets that Frag 7 pick onto D-Matson. Sorry for the auto director, that was totally awful. Should have been watching Corrupt, but I am using auto director right now, so I do want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. Alright, we're seeing a pause come out from RYD. This is a good call, and I kind of I do my best to recommend to them that they take advantage of their pauses and just try to regroup. You know, Zoomers getting almost 9 rounds straight. RYD is on the advantageous side, so this is a really tough call for them. So it looks like they are buying into this next round. Let's see. Good energy from Liquid there. Liquid is this team captain, so they've got the buy for this. It might work in their favor to be a little aggressive and try to catch Zoomers off guard. But given the state of things, they need every round they can get right now. So it's going to be a fine balance between trying to be aggressive and taking Zoomers off guard, or catching Zoomers off guard, while also kicking back and making sure that they're doing what CTs do, to defend these bomb sites. 2 players with head armor on RYD. Got a lot of utility on there, so they're taking control of this inner bomb site, or I'm sorry, this inner part of the map as quickly as they can. Though we do have Jackie here at Ivy, so this flip through is a fantastic distraction. Though Kyler is still hanging out inside by herself from RYD, so because Auto Director is so cool, it panned away right when Jackie was in Andrea there. Traxon's waiting for Jackie, though Kyler did get picked off by J Mercy, and of course Zoomers now have control of this inner bomb site with every player of RYD trying to get out of Z. Matson waiting for this play. Hidden the ability to man got on fire, so I think he did see that player from RYD pushing. Great pick from D Matson here on Corrupt. Traxon pushing his way through, and this might be a play for him. Unfortunately, Alert is ready for it, as well as D Matson trusting Alert there and taking out Liquid. So we're now moving into round 12. RYD struggling to get on the board further than 1 round here. Alright, this seems like there's a bit of an Ivy push. I think Jackie heard this, ready for this. Quick tap there on Kyler. Unfortunately, her 5.7 is not going to be as useful this round. RYD on this eco round gets taken down pretty quickly, though they did pick up J Mercy. So we do have at least a scout in the hands of Corrupt. Corrupt being completely taken off guard by MGC. There's spray coming from Alert there into that smoke, so good communication it sounds like over here on Zoomers, just really paying attention closely to what RYD is doing, just trying to crawl their way back into this game. Quick update on the Nobodies versus Mailbox Kids game. Looks like Nobodies is up 14-2. 2 rounds for Mailbox Kids on DE Dust 2. Looks like they're already through their second half, and we'll have a couple games for you upcoming here. Alright, so Draxon's going to save that Frag. Good play by him. I mean, really, RYD needs anything that they can muster up right now to try to put more rounds up on Zoomers, because the second half for them, while I know they're absolutely coordinated and capable, they're going to need these last few rounds to just try to give them some breathing room and alleviate some of that pressure going into the second half. Alright, so it looks like positions have been switched. Oh man, Alert just jumping right on top of that flashbang and making things so difficult for Liquid. Quite a bit of damage, which he's able to get an assist there on Alert, but unfortunately MJC is there with just so much aggression right now, and RYD quickly put into a 3v1. And Kyler taken down there in Z, so we are moving into round 14. RYD just struggling to get further on the board here. They did manage to get one round. If you look at the scores there, it looks like MJC just absolutely dominating through this match. He's got 22 kills and only 5 deaths, which we did see. And he gets stabbed by Alert. Out here again with Swag 7, didn't pick up Alert. Alert was completely blind. Bomb is picked up by Jackie, and Zoomers are slowly making their way out of it. Great one tap or two tap there from Jackie on Andrea. Yeah, that Liquid's there, just picks him up halfway through the smoke. A lot of damage being taken by Zoomers. This is a great opportunity for Draxon to pull off this 1v3. But is he in the position to do it? The Molly's going to go into Z, and he's going to be forced out. Damage, but J Mercy is there for that hit. And we're now in the 15th round. Last round of first half. RYD struggling to gain any kind of momentum in this game. Though it does look like we've got 3 FAMASs, 1 Swag 7, and an M4 on Kyler over on RYD, so they're prepared for this. So all 5 players are here to the outside, of which there was a shotgun face-off there between Corrupt and Jackie. Jackie won, though Corrupt did manage to pick up a player. Looks like Andrea getting that first hit. D. Matson's got upper clear here, and RYD stacked outside, hoping Zoomers wouldn't take inside, and they happened to. Liquid taking down Jackie. Liquid taking so much damage. J Mercy with this shotgun, definitely being cheeky. Spray. Matson unable to get this, and miraculously Clan RYD gets their second round as we move into second half. So much pressure is on RYD to be able to get this first round and get some momentum hopefully into the bye rounds. I know the coordination is there, but this is just almost an insurmountable task. got a great spawn for this first round play. Looks like it's a split with a bit of a creep there initially, which they're now going down. This first pick comes out. Great hit from Jackson. There's 3 Zoomers players outside with the long-range weapons. This is trying to push up, uses his whole clip to get the kill, and just gets railroaded after that bomb was planted by Draxon. Lots of aggression, lots of coordination coming out from RYD to take this first round. Looking good. I mean, this is what we hope for RYD, to see them put more rounds on the board here. Unfortunately, eco rounds sometimes can go in the favor of the eco buyer, so it really just comes down to good communication and sticking together and making sure that the eco with a lot of these pistols doesn't overwhelm them. JC immediately getting taken down by Draxon. Krupp with a great pick on D. Matson. Draxon taking down Alert and Andrea, picking up Jake. Jackie is now in a 1v5, which gets quickly taken down by Draxon. So definitely the textbook round for the first round winners over here on Clan RYD. That's the best they could hope for. They did not lose a single player, and this gives them the best odds they could ask for moving into the third round of this second half. Stab there on Kyler. I know that was unintentional. Bracket here. I noticed Mailbox Kids. And Nobodies. Looks like Mailbox Kids. Nobodies. Lots of aggression here. Oh my gosh. And J Mercy takes down Draxon trying to exit. Liquid's got a good pick on MJC. Hopefully they realize that there's going to be a Zoomers player coming down ladder quickly, and I will eat my words because J Mercy goes back towards inner. So we're in a 3v2 right now. J Mercy with an Jackie's got a Deagle with very low HP, and D Matson somehow finds a max hit. Oh man, and Kyler was ready for this, but Jackie just too quick on that hit. And I'm not sure where the Liquid was not prepared for that. Liquid's in a careful 1v2. And just unable to take out both of those players. D Matson rolls by and picks up that AK. We are on round 19. Zoomers 14, Clan RYD 4. I am Animated, your current casting talent and tournament organizer. Sometimes I have some delays here because I do have to help the players, so thank you for your patience. Thank you so much for tuning in. Draxon in a tough situation here. He's in a he does have an AK. He takes down that first player. His position is known now. He needs this second kill. The third player has rotated. It's such a tough situation. D Matson with a quick strafe and a tap there right to Draxon's head. RYD facing such a tough decision here. Looks like Kyler minus 11 there on the scoreboard, as well as Jackie over on Zoomers at minus 5. MJC leading Zoomers right now to victory with 24 and 10. I don't want to speak too soon. It is always amazing on these eco rounds how great 1D from Krupp. Solid play. He's, oh my gosh, James is in the perfect position to use this gun to its fullest. Looks like he's just trying to bait that player out. Krupp well. He has no chance to take this fight. Mantria quickly getting taken down by D. Madsen. Ivy there. J Mercy shooting back. Alright, and Kyler in a 1v4 on this last round. Counter-terrorists win. Which does go in the to the benefit of Zoomers. So Zoomers takes this second match against Clan RYD, of which I'll be getting the brackets going. Next up, we are going to have Zoomers playing against Mailbox Kids. Stick around. I am Animated, your host. Thank you so much for tuning in.
HMC Radio.
You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Shit up a lot, 300 cash, like cocaine with a blunt in it. Look at my thigh, and she got ass, she gon' fuck up a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, spend it up in the stash. In Italy, got too far, what they deal me. Hard to talk, when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, and be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast, set it dope on fleek.
Percocet bill on me, I saw my nigga, baby, chill with me. Them niggas that post in the back don't say nothing, them niggas are kill for me. Back as I can in my sleep, on fleek. Man, I can't spit on that patty for leave. Bitch, I'm a dog in my tree. Hop out the frog and leave. I put them bricks in the fender. My bitch, she walk around like she Chris Jenner. I used to break in the hammer. They think I'm running like the game of Temple. It's simple, I play with a mantle. Mama say she saw me on Jimmy Kimmel. Canada, cause I'm a money symbol. Walking with the rats, I'm looking crippled. Go on that bitch, then I temple. A nigga for me to take pictures. For my lips, but I clip her. Double my for a triple. So my bad ain't no biblical. I'm not your spiritual typical. Get my wrist in this critical. Hold it up, spin the temperature. Get that bag on the regular. I got a bag on my cellular. Get them vegetables. Back of them keys is medical. Cocaine, codeine, etc. Cocaine and lean is federal. Take off in no nebula. I said that's when it's on my schedule.
You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Shit up a lot, 300 cash, like cocaine with a blunt in it. Look at my thigh, and she got ass, she gon' fuck up a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, spend it up in the stash. In Italy, got too far, what they deal me. Hard to talk, when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, and be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast, set it dope on fleek. Know these niggas get sick of me, they transfer my neck cause I'm ill a piece. I don't even like to freestyle for free, I put in the key and I ride the beat. I don't even come out the house for free, I pay a nigga to drive for me. Jay-Z couldn't even co-sign for me, I do what I want cause I'm signed to me. I get the bag, they get the bag cause they cut it in half. Stop it comparing, y'all making me laugh. Need to rehab I'm addicted to cash. Convertible walk, convertible top. My dope got a vertical, look at it how. And it jump out the pot. Came out the jail and went straight to the top. Take it easy, baby. Middle of summer, I'm freezing, baby. Don't leave me, baby. Just drop to your knees and please me, baby. I'm fascinated. Two bitches so fine that I masturbated. Congratulations. She bring me so good that I graduated. They had to hate it. I don't fuck with them niggas, they plastic, baby. A trapper, baby. I rap, but I on my masters, baby. It's tragic, baby. I pull up and fuck up the traffic, baby. A savage, baby. I'm killing these bitches, close casket, baby.
All right, we are back with the NW Esports at Virtual Sports Tukwila in Washington. Exit frag number 1. And going to be a knife round that one of the two teams is going to win. Either Mailbox Kids or Zoomers. It's 50-50. And Zoomers do come out on top. Not that it matters too much when you're looking at Mirage, of course. I think both sides are relatively all right with whatever the happenings are. But you've got Zoomers here on the CT side. With Alert, Matson, Godluck, MJC, and Jackie. And on the other side, you've got Roy, CGL, Fabio, Leet, Taco, and Warcock. So it's an interesting set of names and tons of utility, actually, for Mailbox Kids. Trying to throw the fake over to the B side, having Warcock and Leet Taco try and put some pressure on, draw, rotate, and partial rotate went over. However, the partial rotate, in fact, came right on back. Alert made his way back over and now making his way back again, yo-yoing across, and it'll just be Matson to try to hold on to the A bomb site. They know he's here. They just want to try and force that bomb plant, but Matson, he's got the rotate here now already. And they are in position. Down goes Roy, and bomb plant stopped. Now this is the chance for Zoomers to get back into it, but Fabio did find one before going back down, and we're back into the 3v2 now, as it's left on to Fabio and CGL. Fabio can't quite land that shot. And can he land the second? Yes, he can. Now it's just the two Zoomers players in towards CT spawn. They can easily plant for tri-stack now and play their way around this, especially if they're going to sacrifice both players down to the slaughter. And CGL and Warcock clean it up. Probably a bit unnecessary to push through there, but they wanted to get the timing right, take down the bomb before it could get planted. Is obviously not super fun to be playing against that force buy following up onto the second round. And unfortunately, in attempting to stop the bomb plant, they end up putting themselves back onto some pistols and a force buy of their own. And 3 scouts from Mailbox Kids? Is this real life? I don't think I've ever seen this before. A triple scout eco, and already they've lost one, and we've got MJC on that flank taking down Warcock as well. I don't really get the reasoning behind the triple scout, but apparently there's some reason for it. Unfortunately, leaves them in the 3v4. And not only that, but CGL has already taken quite a bit of damage. Down to 40 health himself. Certainly doesn't help things. And not only that, but we've got D. Matson made his way into Palace as well. And should they walk in onto him, he could catch them off guard. No guarantees here, but Fabio is going to make his way in with a bomb, and he's alone. So if D. Matson takes him down, that should be really just about the end of the round, and he walks in, there's the easy kill, and it's left on now to Roy and CGL to turn it back around, but a bit of a dream to get out of this situation. Likely to turn into a nightmare, as it's not looking oh so hot at the moment. It's a couple scouts against a swarm of CTs, and they do swarm. Take him down eventually and tie things up at 1 apiece, and now you've got multi-scout situation for Zoomers instead. You know, potentially a little bit more reasonable on the CT side, but still you're probably not expecting 3 scouts, and really probably one of those should just get dropped over and move on from that whole situation, because they're in danger of having the same exact thing happen right back to them. Get kind of the distance closed against the scouts, have trouble landing shots, and just fall. Mailbox looking over on that B side, trying to get something done, but unfortunately for them, Jay Mercy has already walked his way through T-spawn outside of A. He can call for a rotate. He can tell his team that they're all stacked up on this B side, but it may be information in error. As you can see, Mailbox Kids making their way back through underpass to middle, and CGL, not CGL, that's Jay Mercy rather, is going to be calling to his team that they're probably B. Instead, he's going to pick up the one freebie there, but they're already making their way up connector as Jay Mercy, or Alert rather, and D. Matson to hold on, and they combine for both of the players in connector. Last man standing is Roy, taken down just as quickly as it started. Actually, I'd say last man standing. CGL still left remaining alive, but he will be dispatched of in just the same way, and Zoomers will pick up the lead. And somehow the triple scout didn't actually cause any issues, but the B rush might cause some issues for Mailbox Kids. As they make their way in, down goes MJC, and Jackie was there to defend, but he had a scout and a dig, and unfortunately for him, that is not enough. Leaves them into a very rough situation. 3v4 on the retake. Alert with the scout as well. Jay Mercy with the MP9 can get up close and personal with that thing in hand, and he'll do exactly that. There's the double, make it a triple. Absolutely massive from him, wrapping around the bomb site. CGL, last man standing, can only find the one. And down goes the round there for them. Zoomers picking up yet another. That was scary, very much hectic for a moment there. As the B execute, the fast B execute from Mailbox Kids certainly gave them a chance into that one, but the MP9 takes that chance out of their hands, and Zoomers will pick it up off the floor as well. That being said, you finally have another buy here for Mailbox Kids as well. Been a little while since they were able to pick up guns for themselves, and CGL with that op in hand showing why they went for that double eco, getting himself an entry, an opening, but Fabio gifting it right back over into the 4v4. Certainly not the situation you were hoping for Mailbox Kids, trying to open things up. Instead, gets turned back around, but yet again, CGL, he'll make his second trip, this time over to mid to take down a connector player, and Zoomer is just getting hyper aggressive here, living up to the name, and certainly getting punished for going for it. Every aggressive play they've made has been smacked back into next week. And Jay Mercy rather, will be trying to get something done at all. Even some kills here, take some money out of the hands of Mailbox Kids would have been effective, but Leet Taco will turn it right back around and pick up the second for Mailbox Kids, so keeping it within reaching distance. But you still have the buy-up, of course, for Zoomers off the back of picking up a few rounds in a row there. And not only do you have the buy-up, but you've got a pretty comfortable buy-up at that. You've got double ops on the board. Certainly something a lot of teams are loving to pick up on the CT side of Mirage. And Jackie, back turn to top middle, punished for that. Again, the aggression trying to come out. Alert in window, nearly gets taken down there. Taken down quite low in the process. So yet another round. Mailbox Kids getting the advantage, trying to run with it. They've got more than just the 1 kill advantage. It's more like 1.5 at this point. But they don't really have much map control. Just sitting around in mid with all 5. Means that they're a little bit pigeonholed into what they're going to try to do to execute out from this. And if D. Matson finds some good timing, if potentially Jay Mercy can get something done here from TopCon as well, you could very well see this one go the way of Zoomers. And as they make their way out, down goes Jay Mercy. It's D. Matson to make the play. Down goes the bomb. Already picked up the one. Molly down to try and support himself. But he does get pushed out of position, and it'll have to be a retake if Zoomers even want to go for this. And D. Matson can't make up for the fact that MJC dies on Cat. He will pick up a second, but a second simply not enough. Leaves it all onto Alert with 9 health, and he's going for that as well. Simply going to lose his life in the process. The Mailbox Kids turning this one right back around, bringing it to 3 apiece now. And looking to start running away with this one. They're putting Zoomers back onto the eco. They've got a decent amount of economy built for themselves. Not a ton, but more than nothing, of course. And Zoomers likely not to find more than maybe 1 or 2 kills here, which should continue to boost the economy of Mailbox Kids. Up through top middle, it's the firing squad to take them all down, and they do exactly that. 5 for 0, that is. Not losing a single member in the process, building up even more economy, and you can see the money here for Zoomers, it's not really enough to go for a comfortable buy, but do you actually save here and try and buy in the next? You're already in such a bad situation. And they actually do opt into the save to buy in the next. I suppose I respect that play. It's as long as you think that you're a better team and you can actually win those gun rounds, you know, saving and buying into the next is probably the play. And certainly you can always win this round as well. Pistols in hand, already found a couple kills for themselves, and we're into the 4v3. It is a man advantage, but really not a advantage in any real way in the round quite yet. That being said, D. Matson could turn this into a real advantage. Close on ramp, MP9 in hand, facing off against the op, but CGL is the one to take the advantage back into his own hands. Down goes D. Matson. Down goes Leet Taco as well. Leaves it all into CGL and Roy. Both offers here. Roy immediately taken down in connector, and CGL will try to 1v3. Of course, low health here on Zoomers. That nade doesn't quite land as it could have to take down a member, but the op will do better than that. Takes down one and spotting out the jump spot. That is terrifying. Somehow he gets away, and MJC finishes him off as well. We got Mailbox Kids now back onto the lead. 4-3 now. And finally, you'll see Zoomers onto guns again. It's been quite a while since they've had guns in their hands, and Mailbox Kids certainly feel pretty happy about the length of that time. They didn't build as much economy as they could have, but they do have a couple of players with quite a bit to spare, and really no money to work with on the side of Zoomers. And they have an op and an auto sniper, by the way. Alert with an auto sniper in his hands and punished for it. You love to see it. Down he goes. SG, simply a better gun than the auto sniper. I think we all are well aware of that concept. And the M4 on the side of A, better than the AK apparently as well, at least in that scenario, and better than the AK in this scenario as well. An advantage brought back for Zoomers, and just kind of puggy aim-based play here across the map. Both teams taking plenty of aim duels for themselves, and this time around Zoomers is looking to come out on top. Not secured by any means, is really just MJC to hold on to the B site. Jackie rotates over just in time. He hears the footsteps, tosses the molly down, and this is devastating. Is look at this rotate. Going to be 3 players here before Mailbox Kids get out in any way, shape, or form. And MJC will do the slaying as they try to make their way out. Leave it all onto Roy. 1v4. Make it a 1v3, but that is not enough to pick up a round. As yet again, we'll have things tied up. So neck and neck here near the start of the game. Can't be too bad or too sad about that one. And I mentioned that, you know, Mailbox Kids didn't really have as much money as you would have expected given the way this game has played out. At least the last few rounds have played out. And they've got a player on a Galil. They don't even have full utility. You know, if they had closed out those anti-ecos a bit more effectively, I think Zoomers would be in a terrible situation. Now, It's actually not so bad at all, and in this round in particular, Jackie has already taken down a frag. The execute out from A will come through. However, 3 players kind of here already. D. Matson will open up the fragging. He's got support from Alert, who will do more of the same, and the spray down. Somehow D. Matson doesn't find the double there, but still, team chimes in, leaves it into the hands of Leet Taco with just a smidgen of health to work with. And without even the bomb, you know, he could go for some exits here, try and take some money out of the hands of Zoomers, but really not much money in the hands of Mailbox Kids either, so can't blame him for going for the save, hold on to the AK, bring it into the following round and get something done there. Just unfortunate as, you know, if they had a bit more money, he'd certainly be looking to take guns out of the hands of Zoomers. Any gun that would be taken down in this exact situation probably wouldn't be replaced. And that's something you can never really understate when you get into this type of situation.
Counter-terrorists win.
Mailbox Kids again going to go for this fast B play. It did work out for them last time around. They just got retaken on, but this time the spray down from MJC is flawless. All 4 kills go the way of Zoomers on that B push, and Jackie will pick up the 5th as well, top it all off. And MJC did fall in the midst of that round, but the spray down just absolutely decimated the attack from Mailbox Kids. What worked out so perfectly for them last time around, this time, not so much. This time around, going for the mid play. Both teams looking to contest it. Zoomers doing more of the same, and Mailbox Kids, they went for the fast op peek towards top middle, which is not necessarily what they usually go for, but certainly they have been going towards middle quite often. Usually they don't get taken down by Alert, and usually Jay Mercy isn't here either. The spray down, how does he not pick them both up? Jackie will be here to clean it up if he can land the shots. He already took down the 1, but the second player head only showing he can't finish him off. Roy will get out of there with 4 health to spare and leave it into the 2v4, but certainly could have been a 1v4 if a single extra bullet there was landed by Jay Mercy. I don't even know how they didn't finish that one off. I don't know how Jackie didn't pick up the 2K spray down to begin with either. That was just about a freebie, and I don't know how MJC is jump spotting B with 7 health and isn't taken down either. I mean, just a clip through the corner of the wall would finish him off. Instead, can't quite land it. Of course, he is jumping like a madman. But at the end of this, just the gun's going to be saved here for Mailbox Kids, or they should have been. Alert on the peek out from window will run into Roy, and more like Roy running into him, as the op will fall to the ground out of the hands of the T side, and Zoomers pick up their 8th round now, securing the half victory no matter the outcome. You can't have Mailbox Kids pick up more than 7. And they can actually bring this one to 11-3, which would be a very one-sided affair. Still, you have a reasonable buy up here for Mailbox Kids, and I say reasonable. I thought that looked like an op. It's actually a scout, and unfortunately a scout might not be what they're looking for, but actually as they hold the angles, the scout gets a couple tags and finishes one off as well, and Roy, to answer back with the op, will be able to do exactly that. So, not the worst situation. It's actually Alert that finds the double. Make it a triple! Alert, what is going on here? Absolutely Alert and ready at the post, finishes them off, leaves it all onto Fabio, and Alert is going to be here to finish him off, you have to think as well, but the timing certainly doesn't favor him. However, the aim duel does, and Zoomers pick up their 9th. Alert going absolutely massive, and putting his team on his back for that one. Damn. That'll put Mailbox Kids again back on to not an eco, but not a real buy. And again, they'll try to attack the B site. Again, Zoomers here ready for it. This time around, MJC looking for the spray down from Van once more. Finds the first, but relocates and allows Jackie to get some work to put in. Finds the double for himself. And the last two members of Mailbox Kids just trapped off behind this smoke. Can't even get activated into this round if they want to. And Zoomers, they're just looking so confident on this B hold. Not so confident on that shot, though. Jackie looked so slick on the first couple of kills and looked anything but on that one. However, no harm, no foul, just a single player lost, and going into the final round of the game, not the game, the half, you, of course, could expect the drop to be passed over his way. He should afford a very comfortable buy-up, and the auto sniper is going to be picked up by D. Matson. And given that this isn't T-side Dust 2, it is a bit of a surprise to see that gun on the floor, or really anywhere near a round. But for now, Mailbox Kid is going to go for the A exec. B not working. Let's try the other side of the map. And D. Matson is here to put a stop to it. Finds the first. Bit of delay as they can't quite make their way onto the site. And he'll pick up a triple now. There you go on the bomb site. Taking them down. Jay Mercy in through Palace. Surely they're not expecting him here at this point. As he lurked his way out. Found a kill. Leaves it all onto Fabio. And Jackie will take that one out of Fabio's hands. Half finished Godluck. That's D. Matson, or at least that's what the overlay is telling me. Up on 15 kills, looking pretty good in this one. You know, didn't see Mailbox Kids attack that A site that often, but still picking up quite a few kills for himself, especially on the rounds where they just kind of went for picks. But as we switch sides, we've got this time around Zoomers on the T side pistol, and this is a pistol that Mailbox Kids surely feel like they really need to be winning, as the late wide swing window gets punished by Fabio, and the connector peak as well punished just as much, in fact slightly more so, as Fabio actually does fall. CGL did retain his life just barely. Puts it into the 4v4 now, but the entry into the B bomb site has already taken down any sort of defense. CGL has gone down, and the attack from Warcock somehow, neither player died initially, but the rotate in from D. Matson finishes off essentially the round, leaves it into the 1v2 for the likes of Roy to pick up. Of course, 5-7 in hand, has a chance at this one. Not sure that decoy will get much done, but if he clears bench, he tries to, but he's looking the wrong way. He checks bench, but walks alongside it to clear out Cat, and down he goes. Down goes the round. Zoomers 12-4 up now, and the 8-round lead, you know, it's just a number. The problem is, you know, they're only a few rounds away from taking this one down. Zoomers so confident. Out through Palace. Alert with the sawed-off frag. The sawed-off frag. From Alert. Let me repeat, the sawed-off frag. And he will upgrade to a real gun and pick up a second for himself. Of course, Mailbox Kids, this wasn't a throwaway round. They went for the force buy into this one. They wanted to make an attempt because obviously Zoomers getting to a 13-4 lead, not something you ever really want to have to deal with. But unfortunately for them, the important round for them is kind of trivialized by Zoomers running out Palace with a sawed-off and picking up a kill. And the round as well, 9-round lead now for Zoomers. And that was a Zoomer play if I've ever seen one. We'll just call it that. That was certainly a Zoomer play. And Alert is going to go back onto the sawed-off again? Jeez, Alert, what are you doing here? And he finds another kill. Oh my lord, Alert. Get this man out of here. He's looking for even more if he can, but unfortunately he will be dispatched of. Unfortunately for Mailbox Kids as well, as after he gets dispatched of, so does the rest of their team for the most part, leaving it all on a Warcock and Elite Taco. And they don't even really want to go for this one. I mean, certainly don't want the 10-round lead to show up. However, the M4 in the hands of Elite Taco is something they could try to build upon into the following round, and the Deeg from Warcock could pick them up a rifle. Instead, all it does is pick up Zoomer's $300 into the bank, and Warcock will just be on the other side of the map, thanking his lucky stars that Zoomers exited out through Market instead of Apartments. So another force from Mailbox Kids, of course. No real option but to force in this type of situation. But no op, just a scout here for Fabio. Not Fabio, just a scout here for Roy, as Fabio takes down Jackie towards middle. And they do have kind of 3 players here towards A. They've got Fabio towards Connector, they've got Roy in towards the bomb site, and you've got Warcock in Ninja trying to catch them off guard, but the sawed-off gets close range. Still, Warcock will finish him off, but he's been spotted out now, taken down by MJC as well, and the bomb site secured. They still have to deal with Warcock in towards Ticket Booth, and I'm not sure they've even spotted him out. I'm sure he took a shot, but still not aware of his position. He gets a freebie off onto the bomb planter. Not a kill, but a tag is enough, and it's a 1v4 to work from here for D. Matson. He does find one, picks up the second, looking for it. There's the third, D. Matson. Oh my lord, he's going to pick this one up, surely. This is absolutely incredible with the SG in hand, and there's the fourth. D. Matson from the bomb site brings hellfire and finishes off the round. And that is a dagger to the heart of Mailbox Kids. The fact that he can pick that one up from back sight in that type of scenario. And they're going to try and run with this one into the B bomb site. The defense from Mailbox... the defense from Mailbox Kids notably weaker than the defense from Zoomers, as Zoomers battering ram their way into the B bomb site. The double molly... Oh, that is... Oh, that is... interesting. Don't see that type of double molly. I'm not sure it was intended to be just as strong as it was, but Jackie, that was intentional with the SG in hand. That is as strong as it gets. Zoomers 16-4. Finish it off. And again, that was a group stage match here at NW Esports org. Their exit frag number 1. And this is kind of played partially on LAN and partially online. Of course, everyone is aware of the cheap alcohol situation virus, the cheap alcohol virus situation. And, you know, they're
HMC Radio.
Hey, what up? It's Hans.
MC Radio.
Bro.
All right, out goes the knife round. And we're going to see another game of Miragi. Miragi, definitely a bit of an interesting map since the changes to the layout. You've got the bench in middle now. Got the B bomb site that is exponentially harder to retain and hold. And we've got Zoomers again starting on the CT side as they did last time. Apparently they are knife professionals. And this time around, it's nobodies that are going to be starting on the T side. Plenty of Glocks to work with. And just a tiny bit of utility. MJC and Alert to try to hold on. There's the first one. Jackie, rather. MJC finds the double. And he'll survive in towards bench as well. Delaying for the rotate. They're not pushing up on him effectively. Allows time for Alert to get over here and actually support. And this really should be just about the end of it. Although Thorzen does find one. MJC does fall in Alert. How does he not get a kill there? And how do nobodies turn that back around and come out on top? That is absolutely insane. The 4-man rotate was there. I believe that was a 4v2. Believe that was a 4v2, and they were just totally collapsed upon and somehow came out on top. And well, at the end of the day, that is a round for nobodies somehow. And Alert, that was MJC rather, taken down. Nobodies will pick up the second. Of course, that was just an eco there for Zoomers. Not really forcing into that one. So, can't feel too bad that they didn't pick it up. Although, I'm sure they would have much preferred to pick up at least one or two in that type of situation. And you have a bit of a force this time around. Not a full force coming out of Zoomers, but they have some upgraded pistols and some armor to work with. And a scout as well, which has already found plenty of damage along with the utility. And a kill will go the way of Alert to top it all off. However, MJC does fall. It's Alert that needs to come through the molly, through the fire and the flames. He finds another one. Turn it into the 2v1 now. Leaves it all on to Kaplan and immediately taken down. D. Matson finishes it off. And Zoomers, again, they start the game off a bit slow, but they get a response here on round number 3, and into the following round, which would have been a gun round regardless, they find the victory and plenty of money in the bank to work with. And on the nobody side, they still do have plenty to work with as well. An easy buy-up, but nothing in the bank afterwards. No juice left in the tank to buy up should they lose this one. And lose this one, indeed, as Alert already opens up the fragging onto AAP. Trade does come back, and we've got through connector. Jay Mercy caught off guard with a nade in his hand, and down he'll go. Attack onto the A bomb site. It's an A bomb site assault right now. It's already out into the bomb site comes Duo, who finds the first. And again, Zoomers left into the 2v3, make it a 2v4, make it a 1v4. In fact, as the rotate through window was swiftly dispatched of, as was the rotate through CT, and nobody's picked up their third now. And only one kill on the round there for Zoomers, and it was the opening frag of the round. And that can't bode too well for this type of situation. Five sevens across the board for Zoomers as they push towards top middle. Godluck already found the one. Sneemate took down two in the meantime. Sneemate Emmons took down 2, but nobody's will clean it up with the following 3. And not a bad eco for Zoomers there, all things considered. I'm sure they would have loved to pick up at least one more. Kind of get in the situation, picking up 3 kills. You should feel like you've had somewhat mission success after that. 2, bit more borderline. What's kind of interesting there is that Zoomers is buying 5 5.7s. Not a single one of them have a CZ equipped, which is unique, we'll call it. And nobody's fast out A ramp, a little bit less unique. You see this quite often. Godluck not able to find the trade back. D. Matson on the bomb site. There's the initial opening. He's going to be able to hide in through Firebox as well. All of a sudden, we're back into the 4v2. And trying to force their way in is Emmons and Thor, but really, it's all onto Thor now with just 2 health to work with. He'll find the first and the second as well. Now into the 1v2. Somehow this one became winnable in an instant, but Alert finishes it off. And he'll bring it to 4-2. Brilliant effort there at the end by Thor to try to bring that one back around. And any damage to the CT economy, as we well know, is damage that can be everlasting. And nobody's will be back onto the bye. Of course, Zoomers off that round pick up are onto the bye as well. And they're onto the 5v4 to top it off. D. Matson with the FAMAS managed to take down the initial frag. A little bit worse for wear in doing so, but it's the play from Emmons here that's going to make the difference. Flanking through. How does that happen? Oh my. Alert jumping with the op. And that is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That is dirt nasty. That is insanity. And it leaves it into the 2v5. Of course, 2 members of Zoomers essentially on life support. If the double entry into B could go their way, and it does. Nobody's now into the 2v3. Should be a free bomb plant, and you've got Alert and D. Madsen with 10 health between them. This is actually more than winnable from a 2v5 into the 2v3 and make it a 2v2. Double up towards Cat as Thor gets here. Duo. He'll finish them off. Absolutely ridiculous. And nobody's pick up their 5th from a situation they never should have ended up in. That is crazy. App. Okay, gonna land a nice little 1D there. Leaves it on a D. Matson to hold on the bomb site with a 5-7. Somehow they're not turning around to clear the angle with all their players. Tons of damage done by that 5-7. Simply couldn't line up enough kills to make this one necessarily winnable. As we're left into the 2v3 for Zoomers to try to retake the A bomb site. Question is if they're even going to go for it. And as MJC rather walks his way back off, they will try to save. However, Jackie picks up a kill, and they surely could have gone for this one. And Jackie picks up a second kill as well. If MJC had decided and opted into going for the play, very likely Zoomers actually picked that one up. And that's kind of disappointing, I'm sure, because you know, Zoomers thinking their chances to win that round would be very, very low. In fact, their chances were not that low whatsoever. You know, I suppose if nobody's going to peek into you like that, your chances are always quite high. And at the end of the day, unfortunately for them, they opt into the save. They do have an SG now into the following round, so this bye will be bolstered at least a little bit. But nobody's up by 4. And certainly starting to run away with this one, but still the economy not looking all that great for nobodies. Meaning things could go awry off of just 1 or 2 round wins, and that's the start you're looking for from Jay Mercy to put this one into the win column. as he finds that initial opening. Alert tagged a bit down, and you've got the lurk out here from Emmons. Back turn, D. Matson will punish him for that one. And now, playing a bit of Gladiator, Kaplan, the third one up at the plate here to try to make his way out through Palace. Spots out one. There's the easy beezy. Finishes off the free kill on a D. Matson, and Duo does more of the same, picks up a double for himself, leaves it on to MJC, and even the round where Zoomers start out with the entry and they get themselves every sort of advantage, nobody somehow managed to turn it around into their favor. And MJC would love to turn it back around into his own favor from 1v3. He's brought it into the 1v2, but such a tough situation to play out from when nobody's know exactly where he's coming from, and an easy finisher for Duo gives nobody's their 7th round. And not only does it give them their 7th round, of course, it puts Zoomers back onto a light buy, more like a light force, I suppose. So they've got pistols and some armor and a scout in the hands of MJC, but really that's all they've got to work with. No utility, no SMGs, and really not much hope into this round at the moment, but MJC will give a bit of hope to his team. Scout in hand, scouts the head of Emmons, finishes him off as well. And the lurk out now from Kaplan, punished as well. All of a sudden, we've got a 5v2 for Zoomers, and Rongcho will try to turn this one back around. Finds the initial frag, but no more than that. D. Matson and Alert will finish off the round, and they'll pick up their 3rd from type of situation you kind of imagine they are not winning almost ever, but you can see nobody's just entirely spread out there on the attack, just looking for openings, looking for entries if they can find them. And unfortunately for them, when you face off against pistols with that type of play, the pistols can certainly catch you off guard. And now that'll force nobody's back onto pistols, and Zoomers potentially have a way back into this half. Potentially. Of course, it does rely on them actually closing out the round here, and nobody's have been very tough to dispatch of so far in this game. And Alert missing the shot. Thor thought he was going to get the kill onto Alert. Instead, he got the kill onto the player in the bomb site. Alert will return and trade things back out, but that is ridiculous from Thor, turning it into the 4v4. And Alert struggling to land a shot. App will do more of what Thor did. Misses the opper, kills the player in market. Now it's on to D. Matson to hold on, but immediately taken down. Alert now. 2 kills on the round, needs to find a whole lot more as Jackie is incredibly injured currently. Now left into a cemetery at this moment. And Alert in the 1v3, probably better served to actually to save and hold on to the op. But in this type of situation, going for it, can't really blame him. 7-3 down, kind of feel like you have to force something. And if he can land some ridiculous shots, it would have been possible. Instead, Emmons will be the one landing a shot to his head. And nobody's fall off the horse for just a moment, but get right back on. 8-3. Apologies, opening up this round. We've got already our way into a 4 versus 4. And make it a 3v3. The entry onto the A bomb site, anything but clean, but the defense looking in a similar fashion. 2v2, trades all over the place. Finally, one team comes out on top. It leaves Kaplan into the 1v2. 20 health to work with, but that doesn't matter when you're facing off against ops. However, the op of Jackie will get the better of Kaplan and the better of the round. 8-4 now. All right, sorry for that slight delay. Had to communicate with my producer-ish. In any case, nobody's, again, back onto the pistols. And again, I mean, why even buy anything but Deegs? Their Deegs are just absolutely lights out. And as they enter the B bomb site, they've already got a couple kills. The lurk there from Wrong Cho, I believe that was, or was that Thor? Nearly nets himself a couple of kills. Instead, it's his team on the B side of the map that does all of the killing. And that was Thor on the A bomb site. On the B site that they do all of the killing, leaves it on to J Mercy, and as he makes his way in, Duo will finish off his head with a swift Deeg shot. And again, these Deagles are just off the chain from nobodies. I was casting with someone earlier today who kept trying to tell me that I used the slang of a 40-year-old, and I feel like off the chain is definitely a 40-year-old's version of slang. And nice little off angle, hiding in the corner here for alert, but Kaplan must have seen him on the radar there because he turns back around to check the flank, finishes him off, and nobody's swift on that round. Closing it out as quickly as can be. And what is this style here? Can we rank this guy's style? You know, pants over the shoes. You've got this is a fashion misstep if I've ever seen one of them in my entire life. All right, this is a fashion faux pas. That is so not fetch. Nobody's, again, going to try and keep up the pace. Round number 15 here. Alert looking, Jackie rather, looking the wrong direction. Taken down by Emmons and all on MJC to hold on. And he did it in style in the previous matchup. But unfortunately in this one, nobody's just proving a little too strong to be taken down in quite the same ways. And they'll be taking down Zoomers in a pretty similar way to how Zoomers was taking down, what was it, Lunchbox Kids? Was that their name? I don't quite remember. It was something kids, but oh well. Not that it really matters. Listen, there's some style. There are some stylish players, stylish models in this game, and there are some not stylish models, right? Ho, stylish models. Talk about stylish models. That was pretty stylish there from Kaplan. You know, gotta admit, that was stylish as it gets. Mailbox Kids, there you go. The Mailbox Kids, well, something kids boxing. I mean, they were shipped into the Shadow Realm, so of course, not an inappropriate name, but unfortunately Zoomer is going to be shipped into the same realm that they sent Mailbox Kids, it would seem. However, with the Deegs in hand, J Mercy does himself a major service, picking up plenty, but Kaplan turning it right back around, finds a beauty of a double, and Thor tops it all off as well. A round that I thought was going to be picked up off the back of a brilliant play in middle. Instead, Kaplan and Duo, I believe that was, finished that one off. Was it Kaplan? I think that may not have been Kaplan. I think I may have misremembered who I was watching. Such is the situation. If anyone knew the setup we were on here, all right, you would understand. You would fully understand how these mistakes are happening. but it happens, all right? At the moment, Zoomers, again going for mid control, this time a little bit less successful than they were the previous time around. But still, give themselves a chance into the round at least. When you trade down to something like 3v2, it would be better if it was 2v2. That's kind of an advantage to the T's because it spreads out that defense so well. Here, 2v3, it's still, not unwinnable, and Jackie taking down Emmons is a major opening. Emmons going for the jiggle, and Jackie punishing the jiggle in every way, shape, and form. But the flank duo will punish them in just the same way. Bomb out of the hands. Leaves it all onto alert, and spotted out, taken down. App will finish him off from the A side. Nobody's picking up yet another one. 10 in the lead, and this is actually an almost kind of mirror image of the previous game, in that Zoomers, it was a very close game with them against Mailbox Kids to begin with. But, by the end of it, it was actually 14-4, I believe, the exact scoreline. So, in fact, very much a mirror image in not only the way it played out, but the particular scoreline. And nobody's getting aggressive towards top middle that time around. Didn't actually spot out the player Jay Mercy with that scout in hand. And, as Kaplan returns, he's going to be caught off guard. And the spray from the AK, hectic spray down, does not pick up very much damage, or enough damage, I should say. On the other side, things do pick up quite enough damage to turn it into the 4v4, but still kind of looking for picks here as Zoomers. Is still got Jay Mercy looking for the play in towards connector there. Bomb rotating back over to the B side, and a little bit quick to the execute was MJC, as the bomb is not yet there, but they kind of gifted that kill over the way of Duo, and he'll go for more as well, but D. Matson trades him out, and it's all on to Rongcho, who can't hold on to the bomb site. That means Thor is the last man standing, but he's on the retake 1v2 with an MP9 in hand and no kit to work with either. Ooh, but the spray down with the MP9 reigns supreme, turns it into the 1v1. Now we've got Alert trying to hold on. Thor with just 7 health to work with and absolutely no clue of where Alert is playing from. Alert would finish him off with a light breeze. And he'll finish him off with a bullet to the body. A lead breeze, as you may call it. And that'll be Zoomers living to fight another day. Of course, they have at least 1 round to lose, but unfortunately, if you give up 15 rounds before getting to maybe 7 or 8 at least, you have to assume that, 1 is going to be dropped in the middle of this at some point. You're going to lose 1 random round. Even when teams are completely outclassed, 16-0s are pretty rare. And you do have a force here from nobody, so, theoretically, Zoomers could kind of try to make their way back into this one, picking this one up, picking up a couple more following, but, to say that they're going to pick this one up would be a stretch, as they have certainly struggled against force buys from nobodies in the past, and already traded out into the 4v4. Emmons looking to bring it into the 4v3 if he at all can, and in fact, he will. The Deeg in hand, through ladder into window, finds the double, and make it a triple. Emmons absolutely incredible. And I mentioned it earlier, mention again, why even buy anything but a Deeg when your Deeg looks that sexy? And Zoomers pedal to the floor. Going to try to attack this B bomb site again. Rongcho, actually Duo rather, trying to hold on. Finds the spray down to pick up 1. Plenty of damage done as well. And it'll be Emmons to hold on with the SG in hand. He's got support. He's got the kills. He's got the round. As it leaves it all onto D. Matson now. with not a whole lot that he can really do in this 1v4, except maybe a single frag, but Kaplan will not allow it, and nobody's dispatch of Zoomers in a very similar manner to how Zoomers dispatched of Mailbox Kids, and that is by a very one-sided scoreline. So I believe we'll be headed to break pretty shortly. Here at nwesports.org if you want to participate in this or any other tournaments, and virtualsports.net is the venue it's hosted at, so you can check them out in Tukwila, Washington. But for now, we'll go to a break-ish, I hope.
like the game of temple. It's simple, I play with a mantle. Mama say she saw me on Jimmy Kimmel. Canada, cause I'm a money symbol. Walking with the rest, I'm looking crippled. Fuck on that bitch, then I temple. A nigga put me to take pictures. I'm at but I clip her. Double my for a triple. So my bad ain't no biblical. I'm not your average or typical. I'm not your get my wrist and it's critical. Hold it up, spin the temperature. Get that bag on the regular. I got a bag on my cellular. Get them vegetables. Back get them keys, it's medical. Cocaine, codeine, etc. Cocaine and lean is federal. Take out in no nebula. I said that's when it's on my schedule.
You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Hit up a lot, 300 cash, and caught chain with a blunt in it. Look from her thigh, and she got ass, she gon' fuck up a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, finna jump in the stash. In Italy, got too far, hoes they DM me. Hard to talk, when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, and be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast, say the dope on fleek. Know that these niggas get sick of me, be chance on my neck, cause a meal of a piece. I don't even like to freestyle for free, I put it in the key and I ride the beat. I don't even come out the house for free, I pay a nigga to drive for me. Jay-Z couldn't even co-sign for me, I do what I want cause I'm signed to me. I get the bag, they get the back at the cut of the head. Stop it comparing, y'all making me laugh. Need to rehab, I'm addicted to cash. Convertible walk, convertible top, my dope got a vertical, look at that hop. Skirt, and it jump out the pot, came out the gel and went straight to the top. Take it easy, baby, middle of summer, I'm freezing, baby. Don't leave me, baby, just drop to your knees and please me, baby. I'm fascinated, 2 bitches so fine that I masturbated. Congratulations, she bring me so good that I graduated. They had to hate it, I don't fuck with them niggas, they plastic, baby. A trapper, baby, I rap but I own my masters, baby. It's tragic, baby, I pull up and fuck up the traffic, baby. A savage, baby, I'm killing these bitches, close casket, baby.
All right, so we are back in live with Ride versus Mailbox Kittalitos. And Realize Your Demise is kind of running Mailbox Kids down at this point. They race to take down Fabio at the end of that one. 12-5 now for Ride. Realize Your Demise, that is. Clan RYD. As I do respect that they had a very MP9 heavy buy up there. Only one misbought UMP that is, clearly inferior. And an M4, respectable. Respectable if you want to pick up an M4, But, at the end of this one, Andrea trying to hold on to the A-bomb site with the M4 in hand. Rotates already making their way over as Corrupt will try to push his way through. No such kills will go his way, and now on a Liquid to force in. MP9 in hand. He's made his way into Sandwich. Will catch them off guard. There's the... How does he not pick up the one? Then he follows it up by dinking his teammates, and Mailbox Kids follow it up by taking them both down. That is an interesting way that round just played out, But at the end of the day, Mailbox do come out on top. Something that not sure has often been said for them so far in this game or the previous, where they've picked up a total of about 11 rounds between the two. And now we've got some mid-control from Mailbox Kids while throwing a bit of an A-fake, so they draw the mid-control back over towards the A side. And they freely and quickly take mid-control for themselves. Still, the aggressive play coming out here from Drax and trying to take anything down he can. Does pick up the first one. Nade down on top of them at top middle. Gives plenty of damage, plenty of ability for him to finish off the second and the third as well. And leaves it all on to the final remaining member. Is Fabio yet again with some hope to get something done, but... not more than that, and in fact, the hope will be a fleeting hope, really, as he doesn't pick up a single one. Clan Realize Your Demise now 13-6. Feeling pretty happy about that one, I'm sure. It's interesting, all these teams have interesting logos. Surprised most of these aren't question marks like Orglis. In any case, Mailbox Kids now back onto a mostly eco. You've got some upgraded weapons. You've got a scout, and you've got an attempt through underpass for CGL that will go quite awry. And an attempt through underpass for Realize Your Demise on the B flank, which will go anything but. Actually... the follow-up play to split onto the A site. Realize Your Demise had 4 players over towards the B side. So a bomb plant is picked up. A rifle is picked up and fielded as well by Roy here. As he tries to hold on. Flashed off the angle. He's still got a bit of an off angle here. But the spray down is wild and out of control. And he will not find a single kill. It's Fabio that finds the only kill of the round. Or for that after plant, rather, for Mailbox Kids. It's RYD that close out the round for themselves. 13-6, now 14-6. Had my mic muted there for a moment. So a comeback is maybe not out of the question, but potentially out of the cards. As Mirage, certainly a map that comebacks are possible. But, really need to start running away with that economy. And Realize Your Demise are looking quite strong on this map so far. Looking strong into this round as well, as Liquid will finish Warcock off quite quickly. And Fabio will try to make his way out through a ramp, but he's alone and he has the bomb in hand. And if he falls, that is a disastrous scenario. And in fact, that will be reality, as Andrea will take him down easily. And now Mailbox Kids, what do you even do here? Bomb down on the A bomb site, deep out into the A bomb site at that. And you have to attack there. The CTs are well aware of that idea. Leet Taco clears the angle, but he just obligation checks it. Peeks at the angle, doesn't actually clear it, and as such will be immediately taken down. And Roy will be in a very similar situation as Realize Your Demise, picking up 15 now. I'm sure Mailbox Kids on the brink of realizing their demise, as one round away from defeat in this game. I was going to say series, but I believe this is just a best of one. And with not too much money to work with, you've got a scout, an SSG that is, SSG 08, in the hands of CGL and Roy. Roy not finding anything with it quite yet, and CGL not either. Realize Your Demise with an interesting setup here, kind of almost tripled up on A. Pretty weak on this B side. Really, Kyler the only one even tangentially around that B site, but it's the A side play that really matters. Mailbox Kids getting picked apart in middle, however. Left into the 3v5. Finally, oh no. I thought surely that was a kill returned by Fabio. Instead, he misses the shot and immediately falls. And it's now left onto Roy and Leet Taco to get anything done whatsoever. 2v4. And Realize Your Demise hunting for blood. Could leave some openings for Roy to get the kills here with the scout. But instead, Andrea and Kyler will finish it off 16 rounds to 6. And yet another one-sided affair. It seems like a round robin of one-sided affairs here tonight. And that will put, unfortunately for them, Mailbox Kids losing 2 pretty one-sided affairs in pretty quick succession there. Can't be feeling too good about that.
HMC Radio.
Hey, what up? It's Hans.
HMC Radio.
bruv.
All right, we are live, I think. For the knife round, it looks like. Even though I thought they all had pistols a second ago. Knife round won by Mailbox Kiddos. So, Mailbox Kids here on Inferno. Going to be starting out on the CT side, which is, I believe, where they struggled the most in the previous matchup on Miragi, if we remember back. In any case, Zoomers fast towards Banana. 3 people here to defend for New Box Kids. Roy will pick up 1. Miracle that he actually finds the 1 as Elite Taco gets taken down in return into the 4v4. Now as they race onto the B bomb site, no smoke for CT, so they just have to force their way in. Warcock in the crossfire, Roy and CGL as well, and somehow this is still winnable for Zoomers as they walked into a 4-man stack essentially on the B bomb site. The rotate had already been there for so long. And winnable. It's a pretty unlikely situation for them to win, even 2v2, because their health is just ridiculously low. But if Jackie here, Alert rather, could take down this kill, and he can't, as he goes down, you're going to see Fabio immediately stick the defuse, and he has a kit as well. That's it. Round completed. And Jackie did find the 1 frag, but unfortunately 1 not enough, and in fact he'll find a 2nd as well. That's a consolation frag there at the end. Get the extra $300 as Fabio is probably fist bumping his teammates on the side. But Mailbox Kids will come out with a hectic round 1 victory. And it's Zoomers to respond with the force buy up, of course. They've got the couple of AKs, a Galil as well, and they can't feel too bad about the buy they have right now. MJC can't feel too good about that one, though. Gets a bit of a shot there onto Elite Taco, but unfortunately not even the standard 50 damage Deeg shot as he falls, and losing the Deeg might not matter that much, but usually you want it to play a little bit more passive. Try not to lose that player and let the rifles get the work done as they get some work done towards top middle as well. Turn it into the 2v3, and as they force their way in, Fabio is here to defend. If he falls, this is very much winnable for Zoomers, and he can't find a single one. Now we're into the 2v2. Bomb freely planted, and the retake going to have to come through for Mailbox Kids from the hands of Roy and Warcock as well. Roy, the first to fall. Warcock making his way up truck, and they have an idea that he's here, but no line of sight until finally MJC will actually get one and finish it off. So trade right back for Zoomers, and if we remember back, this did happen previously as well. The pistol round victory traded right on back between these two teams, and Zoomers come out on top, at least for now. They still could have gone for a force. Wouldn't have faulted them for going for a force whatsoever. They actually decide on the save, though. And quick towards Banana is Zoomers. Lee Taco found the 1. Now we've got CGL baiting a bit, finding one for himself as well. Warcock, third up to the plate, third strikeout, and that usually is an inning over, but still you have Roy here in this game, and he's got the baseball bat this time around, but more like a wiffle bat, as really not going to get much done. And Fabio would love to pick up at least 1 kill. I mean, even 1 kill would be kind of mission success at this point. And the dink, he's got the dink. somehow can't quite finish him off. One extra bullet would have done the job, but instead it's Alert that does the job of dispatching Fabio from the round and picking up another one onto the board for Zoomers as well. Finally taking the lead right back. And, of course, off that save from Mailbox Kids. You do have a buy, but it's not the best buy of all time. They've got, a FAMAS in the hands of Fabio. They don't really have full utility to work with. That's why you usually see the Force right back at you when you lose that second round. So you can, when you get onto the guns eventually, you have a full buy at the very least. And if you win it, of course, it's a great situation as well. But you're going to see Jay Mercy win a duel with Leet Taco to open up the round, and a little bit more of the same as MGC pushes CGL back into the bomb site as they begin the onslaught. Fabio up on balcony to try to hold on. Does take down one. His teammate abandons ship into the Nether Realms, and it's left into the 3v4. And Roy thought he wasn't even going to rotate over. He shouldn't rotate over at this point as they're into the 2v4. This one is not really very much a winnable situation, and holding on to that SG, not the SG, the AUG is the most advisable scenario. And he will kind of desperation go for some frags. Picking up 2 is actually pretty impressive. I mean, holding on to it is, or should be, the name of the game, but even getting a couple kills to top it all off keeps Zoomers from building up too much of an economy. And that's what we saw, in both of the previous games we've seen. We've seen these teams that have been a little bit worse for wear even when they pick up rounds, and against ecos as well, just not picking them up with 4 or 5 players alive. And then you've seen them have troubles building up too much economy and just get put right back onto the eco quite quickly. And Zoomers, zooming their way up Banana, do take down Roy. Alert did so, in fact, and puts it into the 5v4. Trying to turn things around is Warcock, boosted up on the angle, gets spotted out, can't quite land the shot to find a kill, and he gets taken down in return. He did plenty of damage, but damage is not the job, and CLG will finish the job off. In fact, turn it into a 1v3, and does even more damage for himself as well. But again, damage is not all you're looking for here. And he'll make his way right into the crosshairs of D. Matson. And into the crosshairs of Jackie as well, but actually comes out on top on that engagement. Turns it into the 1v2, and he's just looking for exits here. I'm sure he'd be happy if he could pick one up as he chases them down. There's one, and not quite the second, but I'm not sure he can survive the bomb. Well, he should be able to. And in fact, the bomb won't even explode in that round. Zoomers up 4-1 now. And Mailbox Kids have a bit of a decision to make here as they decide, they could save here, but, buy is very obviously the choice. The decision needs to be, how do we fix the leaky ship we've got right now, as it's quite close to capsizing at the moment. And up top middle, Alert trying to capsize the op out of the hands of CLG, but he will float on by into the A bomb site, flank onto Leet Taco there, but he's got a PP Bazone. And you know what? That gun is a pile of garbage, and really, with any other gun, he probably would have found a kill. Instead, it's his teammates that find the kills, and Alert PP Bazone picks up a frag. That is perhaps the first time and last time you'll ever hear that on an actual cast. You may see that in your silver games or your friend's silver games, but to hear that word, to hear those string of words stated on stream is not something you'll hear likely ever again. except in maybe another time in this game.
Terrorists win.
And Zoomers, I don't know how many kind of references and puns I can really use before it gets old, but they are zooming their way up the scoreboard and up Banana at the same time. But Mailbox Kids sending that He grenade and the mollies right on top of them. That is absolutely incredible damage. Tons of damage, Freak might even say, and leaves them quite a bit worse for wear. Say worse for wear. These guys ship them back to the factory, get a refund at this point. 3v5, D. Matson on 23 health, but they've got the timing. MJC, no, who is that? That is MJC. Picks up the kill. However, Roy's got some timing of his own, finds one, and one is all he really needed to find there to give his team a pretty good chance to turn this one around, and Leet Taco will begin the turning. As he turns it into the 1v3 for D. Matson, and team flashed. MJC, in fact, will pick up Fabio, turn it into the 1v2, and surely not. Nade down, pushes through. CGL will finish him off, but I thought for a moment that was a winnable situation, and in fact it was somehow, based off the back of the team flash, allowing that first initial frag to happen there. And continuing the aggression, Zoomers with pure confidence, and pure confidence gets them the initial frag. Nearly a second for Jay Mercy as he chases into the bomb site. Leet Taco, running with his back turned, will be unceremoniously finished off, as will Fabio, and the round, well, perhaps this one is beginning to get a bit ceremonious as Zoomers continue to chase down every single member of Mailbox Kids, and the play on the unsuspecting Leet Taco, who was in fact fully suspecting but yet unsuspecting, was something else really. He got shot in the back, got chased down. He was just trying to run away, run for the hills, and unfortunately back turned. That's just a broadside to shoot at. And 6-2. Zoomers. T side. Now, they have put Mailbox Kids not yet back onto the eco, but onto a rough economy situation, and I cannot believe Alert did not get a double there. Must have been milliseconds off from getting both kills. Instead, he gets neither. And Zoomers have to slow their roll as they attempted to push and force through top Banana. They're going to wait for a moment here. And the boost up from Alert is actually going to spot out that nobody's really aggressively peeking, and nearly finding a kill for himself as well. But instead, bullets after bullets get thrown down at top Banana, and Roy will be the one picking up a double. Warcock picks up one as well, and CGL should have picked up another one. Instead, he falls. D. Matson will take him down. Roy surviving for now, but the flank will prevent Zoomers from surviving any longer. Fabio finishes them both off, and Mailbox Kids now cut the lead to 6-3. And actually, that does put Zoomers onto the pistols now. So finally, economy somewhat broken for Zoomers. as they force their way up through truck side in towards Graveyard. It's Fabio that'll be doing some fragging, also doing some whiffing as well. That whiffing, maybe you don't phone home about that one, but, he does eventually pick up a couple kills for himself and put Zoomers onto the back foot. And he should be able to take them off of that back foot as well, but MJC is the one that does it. Fabio knocked back into next week, and MJC wants to look for more as well. This time around, no second kill, and neither will one be found for D. Matson either. As Mailbox Kids, they cut the lead to 2. Still, this is a CT-sided map. You're hoping for them to pick up about 8-9 rounds, and it's actually still physically possible for them to pick up 9, so not out of the question, but it is a tough task by any stretch of the imagination. That being said, of course, we've got Zoomers still onto the pistols again. It's Alert that makes the first contact and does well with that first contact as well. Roy will try to hold on to the B site here if Zoomers want to continue forward, but they've actually gone for mid control, which Fabio will be the one to contest. In the last round, he had the AWP, and the AWP did plenty of work. This time around, the M4 finds one, and he'll go for second helpings, but MJC shows up and smacks him back down. 4v2 now for Zoomers as the door is shut on the play from Fabio and the door shut on the play from Roy as well. Leaves it all into the hands of CGL with an AWP and a Deeg, and he won't even really try for it here. Just going to save the gun, and likely the smarter of the decisions. His team has a bit of money, more than $0 in the bank, but it's certainly not a stable economy in any way, shape, or form, and that AWP can make the biggest of differences into the following round. This one live already, as Zoomers do have guns, of course, by nature of picking up the previous round, and unfortunately CGL with no gun to work with by nature of losing it at the end of the previous round as well. However, as he tried to consider pushing through that smoke, that may well have been a kill that he would not have picked up if he had not. He would have played, obviously, a little bit more safe in that situation, but didn't really need it as they're already up into the 5v4, and as long as he can survive and keep the information for his team, he's not in too bad of a spot. However, MJC pressuring down upon him with the wrath of 1,000 Suns. CGL does actually pick up a kill there, but MJC in through Arch. They have no idea he's here. He'll pick up the freebie initial frag and trying to go for more. Nearly finds it, but instead will hold them on location and rotate his way over to this B site. And on B site, Roy will begin the defense, pick up one for himself. He's supported over here by Warcock, and Roy will do the work himself, finish off D. Matson to finish off the round as well. And Mailbox Kids, they maintain their scoreline within reaching distance. Zoomers again getting picked off early on into these rounds, certainly being punished for their play right now. They're doing a good job getting back into these rounds, but simply playing from 5-4 down, it's tough to really turn those around and consistently win them. And especially with a nade like that, I'm thinking it did quite a bit of damage. Certainly doesn't help things. However, MJC taking down Fabio will help things, and now trapped into the bomb site, we've got Leet Taco trying to hold on. Does find the initial kill, but traded out immediately by Jay Mercy, leaves it into the 3v3, and the rotate from Roy is a million miles away. We'll rely on CGL and Warcock getting something done before he actually gets here, otherwise the bomb may be too far ticked down to actually have a chance. And now they would love to make their way in. They have a tiny bit of utility, but very little to speak of. The kits are going to make the difference. But great after-plant positions from Zoomers as we've got Jay Mercy in pit, picks up the first and the second. MJC does the work of finishing off Warcock as well, and Zoomers again pick up a round, and this time from 4v5, they turn it back around, win it with 3 remaining. And just as clean as can be from Zoomers after the initial fumbles, it would seem. Once they go down 4v5, they are pretty good at just turning it right back around. And now you've got Mailbox Kids onto the pistols yet again, but a huge gap. Size of the Marianas Trench, CGL. I don't even know what's going on there. That is a Grand Canyon level gap in that smoke. And off the back of that, we've got a man advantage for Mailbox and an upgraded rifle as well. CGL on the SG, and CGL with the SG in towards Cubby, picks up the one, swings and picks up another one as well. And CGL doing plenty of work into this one, leaves it all onto Jackie. 1v4, it's not unwinnable in this scenario. You can see Mailbox Kids, they don't really have armor to work with. Elite Taco is very lit, and Jackie playing with fire. He desperately wants to push through this smoke, but Mailbox Kids are aware, and still he gets the kill. The timing plays out flawlessly, and the flash to peek for more will be punished. CGL finishes him off, and Elite Taco will pick up this defuse for the 6th round now for Mailbox Kids, so already eclipsing their prior scoreline. And as we continue into this one, final round of the half and final entry kill for D. Matson, as Roy will be taken down, trying to get aggressive there, punished immediately, and punished as well was Elite Taco a little bit earlier on in this round as he tried to get aggressive as well. Now under balcony, Fabio. This time, no gap in the smoke. There's simply no smoke there as they try to force through. Jackie with the trade keeps it a man advantage for Zoomers, but narrowly doing so as he's taken low as well. So the man advantage does remain, and it remains. CGL will take it out of their hands, 3v3 now, but they do allow information to get over Zoomers. You know, an SG and an M4 were both shot on that B site. They should be quickly trying to wrap into the A side now, knowing that Elite Taco should be completely on his own. But as they delay longer and longer, setting up that utility, the rotates are here. Warcock will pick up one, and we maintain the 2v2 even into the afterplant. And the wrap on the bomb site as well. Warcock making his way around, nearly takes down the bomb planter, but Alert and MJC immediately following pick up both kills. Very quick on the trigger, finding both heads, and the 9th round for Zoomers, so flipping the script a little bit. Usually you want that CT side to be picking up 9. Instead, Zoomers on the T side are the ones doing so. And off the back of a pistol round win here, you have to feel like they're pretty comfortable in terms of closing this one out. And the fast play up mid is responded by a fast play down banana for Zoomers, responded by a triple for Jay Mercy in this one, and a 4th as well. Brilliant round from Jay Mercy. Unfortunately didn't catch the fragging as he picks up 4, and Zoomers pick up their 10th round, and that is devastating from Zoomers to pick that one up, as Mailbox Kids surely felt like they absolutely needed that one to make their way back in. Instead, the Zoomers on 10-6, likely 11-6 as Mailbox Kids go for the save, and they should be able to buy into the following round. Just need to get at least a couple of kills here into this one. Get some damage done, and fast down middle Zoomers taking the fight to the Glocks of Mailbox Kids, but perhaps the aggressor here is the one that gets punished more heavily than the defender, as it's left all on a Warcock. And, you know, it didn't open up in quite the way you would have wanted there for Zoomers. However, it does finish off with 4 alive. And sometimes you have those situations where, you know, it's looking so good, and all of a sudden, you know, you go from a winnable situation to that. And look at the play down banana from Zoomers. 4 players here. Through the smoke comes Alert. Spray down with the MP9. Can only find 1. And a couple of TKs almost go through that do leave it into a 2v3. And, ooh, Jay Mercy almost picking up another MP9 kill. Lets his position be known. It's on to D. Matson now. They have no idea he's here quite yet. They think that Leet Taco is covering middle, but Godluck will finish him off. And D. Matson, the dink on a CGL. The dink is unfortunately for him not quite a kill. And unfortunately as well, Jay Mercy can't finish off the round at the end of it. If D. Matson had taken down CGL, that round very well goes their way, and easily, in fact, as well. Instead, he just finds the dink, and a dink does not quite do it unless you have a better gun than an M4. And this is a interesting setup here for Mailbox Kids. They are holding T-spawn quite effectively, but the onslaught, the assault here onto T-spawn for Zoomers is drawing some question marks. And they draw a kill as well. Jay Mercy does the job. Now aggressive from Roy, trying to pick up the AK, scoped in, looking at the ground, gets himself taken down. And that's leaving it into a 2v4 for the T's. It leads it into a 1v3, and Roy, or Warcock rather, can't quite manage to pick that one up. A very suspect round there, I would say, for Mailbox Kids. Defending T-spawn. I understand the logic behind it, but unfortunately playing that passive against the team with the aim that Zoomers are capable of is not really what you're hoping for. And Alert with a PP Bazone doing it again. This time down middle with the PP Bazone, and they have no idea he's here. Surely this is a free kill. You can see You got Fabio clearing out top middle. I have to assume he's not aware that bottom middle is being taken hold of, and tapping away with the Bizone finds one. Jackie with the op, in fact, found a double, and Elite Taco wanted to pick up that op and parlay that into a chance into the round. Instead, he picked it up and parlayed that into his immediate downfall. And Roy is left into the 1v3. It's not unwinnable, but unfortunately, the only gun retrievable for him here is the Bizone, it would seem, as he runs his way around through the smoke and can't find the op before MJC finds the kill. So Zoomer's now 13-7 up, and Mailbox Kids will be back onto the bye here. But again, aggression down middle, this time for Jackie and a Negev. Well, the Negev at that range, not quite going to work out. Jackie, M4 at that range should be working out, but nearly gets himself taken down. In fact, eventually he will. And we're left into the 3v2 for Zoomers, Mailbox Kids with Warcock and Fabio to try to turn this one back around. But Jackie in position, down goes Fabio. Warcock now with the 1v3. Got a bit more information to work with. He knows where D. Matson was, rather, on that alt mid side, but he doesn't really know where the remainders of Zoomers are. And unfortunately for him, you've got J Mercy clearing out middle, and you've got MGC. Oh, he's looking the wrong direction there. Almost caught off guard. Well, in fact, he was caught off guard with the Deeg in hand, but almost taken down. Instead, he'll be the one doing the taking down as Warcock will fall. And Zoomers pick up again onto their 14th now. And we'll just let you watch Jackie take their heads off one by one. Stops it at 3. 3 is plenty, as his team should be able to clean up the following. Alert MP9. No cleanup job quite yet. We're into the 2v2, but a nade unceremoniously brings us back into the 1v2. And it's Roy to play out. M4 in hand, the Bullet Rain, one of the better skins to look at. M4A4 skins, that is. But he makes a footstep and should be a free kill. In fact, it is. MJC will finish off the round, and we've got match point. 15-7. 8 in a row would have to be fielded for Mailbox Kids, and in fact, there is a well-known 15-7 comeback. There are two, I believe. The first one would be the Ents comeback against Liquid. I believe that was 15-8, in fact. But Mouse Sports versus Tai Lu at the China, or I believe it's the China Championships or something along those lines. 15-7 down, and they managed that comeback on T side of Inferno as well. So his type of scoreline, it's not a foregone conclusion. And Warcock thought that was a foregone conclusion. Flanked from the side, should have been taken down. Instead, he survives, but only for long enough to be taken down by J Mercy instead and brought into the 3v3 yet again. Off in the hands of MJC. Spots out the play, but turned around just at the last moment and was taken down. And that smoke, okay, through the smoke goes MJC. Up he goes into the 3v1. But somehow, how did he not spot this player out? Fabio was right in front of him, and somehow he's got himself a kill, and he could have found a second. Unfortunately for him, can't quite spin around and finish off the final. And Zoomers will close it out 16-7 now at the end of the day. And that was, I think it was a bit closer than the scoreline necessarily depicts, but certainly Zoomers showing themselves the superior team this time around. So that was another game for NW Esports. It's NW Esports or NWEsports.org, I believe. And it's virtualsports.net, Tukwila, Washington, NWES.org, and I'm VuCSGO on all the socials, including the Patreon and the OnlyFans and the MySpace. I don't have an OnlyFans.
guys, with a quick cutover, we're now watching Zoomers versus... Oh, that's my bad. I had the wrong game loaded up. Let me unload that. Oops. This is actually Nobodies versus Clan RYD. With the convincing lead on D Nuke. RYD calling for the pause. First time Nuke's been played today, matter of fact. If you guys are just tuning in, you are watching Northwest Esports. I am Animated, your quickly cut to caster, as Vu from British Columbia up there could no longer keep his eyes open. I don't think he got very much sleep today. So thank you so much, Vu. Always, we appreciate his contribution. If you guys are just tuning in, I am Animated, excuse me, your tournament organizer and current caster for the remainder of the Exit Frag event here at Virtual Sports in Tukwila, Washington. If you guys want to learn more about Northwest Esports, you can head to NWESORG on Twitter for breaking information about our organization. Also, if you'd like to learn more about how to get involved in the community, head to NWEsports.org. Looks like that was a quick drop on Mini, but the trade happened. Great headshot by Liquid. Does the damage on Thor. Fortunately now Kyler is in a 1v3. Lead here from Nobodies, so RYD is going to have a whole lot of work ahead of them here on the T side next half. Moving into round 12, it looks like we're going to have a full buy from both teams. Corrupt with no head armor, Liquid no head armor, and Kyler no head armor, so we do have a full buy in terms of weaponry, though unfortunately the armor is somewhat lacking here on RYD. Great pick from Corrupt on Marshmallow up there, taking down Kaplan, picking up Kyler there on. Nice headshot from Thor onto Andrea, and now this is a 3v4 situation. Luckily RYD has just a little bit of utility for a potential reset. Great shot by Corrupt, taking down Duo. I'm not sure they have any idea Kaplan's here. Corrupt is going to be completely sideswiped. Gets a single one tap. Kaplan does right there on the Corrupt. So Liquid and Drax now in 2v3. Though the information is out, people know where Kaplan is at. Draxon making his way down. The bomb hasn't been planted yet. Just a little less than a minute remaining. I think after that push from Kaplan, Draxon just doesn't really have a good idea of what to hold, where Kaplan might be at. Surprisingly though, the bomb has been planted upper. This molly from Kaplan is going to make things really difficult for Draxon. And he's just going to wait this out. Just about 20 seconds left remaining on the bomb, and I think that RYD has just conceded and they want to save these guns. Not a bad call. Not a bad call. Looks like, looks like Liquid's also picked up a little bit more utility here, and Draxon's been spotted. He's gonna get pushed. Oh, and get taken down right there at the end. So RYD moves into round 13 with only one rifle. It looks like Kaplan's taking the lead on this map with 13 kills and 7 deaths. With 3 players on RYD up with 9 kills. So definitely can tell this has been a struggle for Clan RYD. Duo taking some damage through that smoke. But also some damage going Kyler's way there on ramp. Crushed Swag 7 all day. He has just been putting up numbers with it. Great play. Tries to get this 3rd kill on Kaplan and was unsuccessful. Duo just kind of slowly creeping his way in. I know he hears those footsteps mini. Play by Andrea. She had no idea though that Duo had walked his way around mini there. Somehow I never noticed there was so much detail on that fire extinguisher's skin. That's really interesting. I never really noticed that before. But then again, when I'm playing, I'm normally just trying to get those headshots. No. Alright, well here we are once again in a 1vx situation. Well, last time I guess Draxon was alive as well. But Liquid, really sure he's got a good way to get into this quickly, though fortunately Duo is pretty low on health. Before he has a chance to do this now, he's in a perfect position to make this happen. He's got a bit of utility. Looks like he was trying to get that flashbang off, and he managed to do it. He's got a ton of bomb time right now, so this is really just kind of a waiting game from both sides. I think Emens might really be privy to this, though. Nice delay there. Perfect. Great play from Liquid, and this hopefully brings RYD into a position where they can be getting up to 5 rounds with what's remaining in this half. So, great play by Liquid, great patience, and frankly, I think just the fact that there was already quite a bit of damage taken there on Emens made things just a little bit easier for him. We're now moving into round 14. Historically, Nuke has always been largely a CT-sided map. I'd still like to play a CT-sided map, though really with the right type of executes and great capabilities, there's no doubt that Terrorist Team can make things difficult for any CT side. Kaplan getting taken out really quick here. Now in a 5v4 situation. And really, I think one of the key things about Nuke is just how quickly you can rotate from top to bottom. Great pick here from Corrupt. He was just waiting for that. It's perfect. Looks like Kyler got picked off earlier, so now things have been evened up with a 3v3. Thorson takes down Draxon. No way to get this bomb planted, and Wrong Joe's just waiting in the perfect spot. Liquid walks right into his crosshair. RYD once again up against a brick wall, it seems here. They're in a 2vx situation. The bomb is planted with just over half the amount of time remaining before it blows up. Wrong just predicting this the perfect. I know she checked that. Frustrating. And Thorson, perfect spray onto Krubbs. He tries to push the bomb through that smoke and get that defused. I would probably have done the same thing myself. Great plays from nobodies here. They just happen to be in the right position at the right time on multiple occasions, taking full advantage of this. We're now on the last round of this first half. It looks like might be some aggression towards Rand. He's ready for this. He gets the first one, but Kaplan quickly trades him out. And there's already 3-4 players from nobodies down Rand. Squeaky's been open. Kaplan just puts his gun right in Corrupt's face, gives him no opportunity. Though, he opened up to a 3v3, and I don't think anybody expected Kaplan to be pushed up so far. And within 5 seconds there, they do take that last round. So RYD moving in his second half with 3 rounds. Nobody's on top here with 12 rounds. Interestingly, just taking a quick peek at that scoreboard, 3 rounds that RYD won were defusals. It didn't sound like, or didn't appear that they got any round wins out of those 3 that were strictly kills. Additionally, it appeared that 11 of those 12 rounds were killing all of RYD, with only one of them actually being the bomb blowing up. So it looks like a super aggressive ramp push here. Emins is already down RYD in ramp. Are they going to continue pushing is the question. Wrongcho with the flank. Looks like Kyler was hanging out there in lobby, but quickly taken down. And so it looks like the plan was to try to get back to upper. The bomb is down now. Great pick by Andrea. She's going to have to make this happen. Unfortunately, Liquid and Andrea taken down rather quickly. The bomb being defused by nobodies, putting them up 13-3. Thor's just cleaning up shop here, making sure he picks up those kits and other investments his team made. If you guys want to learn more about our organization, please head to Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I am Animated, currently your casting talent, along with Vu today, contributed as well. Now Crust in 3 position, gets a good pick, and he does have the bomb, so I think he's going to make this decision to just head down. And this is actually, they're now up 14. We're into round 18, 14-3. RYD just seems so difficult and spotted. Andrea and Liquid in a 2v4 situation. Really just got a lot of weapons and or health going around here to make this happen. That would be required to make this happen. Krupp just sat a little bit too long in that molly and then was forced to push out. I mean, I was even confused for a minute there on what side Thor was on. That was just completely unexpected. And within seconds, Kaplan picks up the last single elimination bracket with a best of 3 final. I just want to thank you guys so much for sticking around. Once again, I am Animated, your host and TO.
HMC Radio.
Hey, what up? It's Hans.
HMC Radio.
Bruv.
All right, we are back with the final match of groups. Players are still filing into the server. If you guys don't know, this tournament is actually half being played online and half being played on LAN due to the wonderfully infectious coronavirus. Not all players were able to make it and or felt comfortable connecting to LAN, though all of these players are in the Northwest Esports regional community. I do want to thank you guys again for tuning in here today. Animated, your tournament organizer, as well as your current casting talent, with a nice shout out and thank you to Vu CSGO from Vancouver, BC, who was able to
Counter-terrorists win.
for us earlier. If you guys want to learn a little bit more about Northwest Esports, you can head to our Twitter at NWESORG, as well as our website, NWEsports.org. And if you are so inclined, we have a proprietary tournament platform at NWES.GG, of which I am so excited. If one more person logged in, we would have up to 600 users so far since I started doing that just a little more than 3 years ago. Coming up here, which it looks like I'll need to load up another match, we have Mailbox Kids versus Nobodies. If you guys want to see where groups are at, you can do an exclamation point bracket. This is a match, as we say, quote unquote, it does not really matter because it will not affect seeding, though we are giving Mailbox Kids an opportunity to play another match here on LAN, so.
Terrorists win.
Oh, okay, it looks like my overlay died, so I'm gonna have to reload that. Okay. Let's take a look at it, see if I can reload my match here. Alright, it does appear we have almost all players in the server. We'll be back in just a moment.
Counter-terrorists win.
All right, looks like we've got a solid face-off here on the knife round, and Mailbox Kids takes this first round. Once again, we are playing Mirage. You guys are tuned in to Exit Frag 1 at Virtual Sports, hosted by Northwest Esports. Okay, moving into first round, looks like Mailbox Kids is taking the CT side. And we are playing the match that does not matter. I mean, all matches matter, but this likely won't affect their seeding moving into single elimination bracket. I think I like that solid green crosshair a little bit more. Alright, so we got a little bit of a split on A coming in. A little bit of damage traded here at mid. Nice shot from CGL. We've got two players in connector from nobody. Once again, nice shot from CGL. Kaplan does get a hit onto Elite Taco, but Eamon's now in a 1v4 in connector. Roy with the rotation comes in swiftly and takes him down. Mailbox Kids 1, nobody 0. If you guys want to learn more about Northwest Esports, head to our Twitter at NWESORG or our website at NWEsports.org. It appeared maybe Wrong Cho was getting out of spawn there just a little bit late. Hopefully this aggression from Mailbox Kids doesn't come back to haunt them. Typical A execution happening. Oh, and Thorson just totally had Lee Taco's number there. Almost all the players from Nobody's in the A side already with perfect smoke execution. Utility being traded. Over on Mailbox Kids, we've got two scouts, a shotgun, and an ump. That MP9 was quickly picked up by Thor. Lots of utility trading going on here. Third of the bomb timer hit. Great eagle shot from Eamons. Again, great eagle shot from Eamons. And Warcock all by himself there in CT with 5 Nobody's players being pushed on. Sorry, I gotta loosen my belt. I had a burrito earlier from Chipotle that about halfway through it turned into a salad, if you know what I'm talking about. If you guys are just tuning in, this is Northwest Esports. I am Animated, your current casting talent. Earlier we had Boone joining us from Vancouver, BC, via the wonderful internet. Great talent. Absolutely always to have his participation. So pretty textbook round happening from Nobody's here. They've got a Taco doing his best to get this kill, but Thorson taking him down there with the deagle. Alright, as the name says, Roy doing his best to get these exit frags. Unfortunately, he only took down one and was quickly killed, quickly eliminated there. So we're moving into round 4 and Nobody's has already taken the lead. I think this might be the 5th time Mirage has been played today. So a lot of Mirage time today. We had at least Train twice, Vertigo was played once, Nuke was played once as well. If you want to find more information about this tournament, you can do !bracket. We also have !help for more commands around our stream. Some of them are serious and some of them are funny. Great pick here from Wrong Cho. And Wrong Cho just making his way through window. Duo's waiting here to make this shotgun kill happen. It looks like he's going to do just that. Roy was completely unsuspecting. Great plays by Nobody's. Moving on to round 5. Alright, kind of a broken up buy here coming out of Mailbox Kids. But they are all making sure they've got about 2 G's, 2 grand, except for the top. Perfect flash by Kaplan. He just runs in. I'm sorry, that was a flash by Wrongcho. Just runs in those first 2 kills. Duo's got a shotgun here and takes down Lead Taco. All 4 players were at A, quickly taken down, and Roy taken down trying to rotate out of B. The lead is just extending further and further. We're pushing now into round 6. Up A ramp. Thorson does get this pick. Warcock did take down Kaplan, but Thorson got this pick in CT. Emens quickly finds Lead Taco in window. CGL picking up a kill here, but he is completely surrounded. No word from Roy yet on that B rotation. Duo still running around with the shotgun.
Terrorists win.
Quick 3-tap there from Thorson. Thorson 7 and 3 right now. Leading nobodies with a gap that just continues to get wider and wider. We're now on round 7. Not too much to answer back from Mailbox Kids. Great pistol round show by them, but it seems like nobody's is just aggressing over and over and over on A here. Lots of A presence. Thorson with a great 1-tap on Roy. He didn't have any armor. Kaplan spraying through the smoke, trying to get CGL's off of him, but like CGL's going to survive for just a little bit longer here. They're in a tough situation. Absolutely a steamroll, and I think it's just a struggle here from Mailbox Kids to be able to get into this game. They did pick up that pistol, but ever since then they have just been struggling with all this momentum that nobody's has picked up. Looks like Roy's got the right mindset. They've been running up ramp every single round, and unfortunately Roy typically playing B. Looks like it didn't happen. Great nade there though. Looks like more than 100 damage across 3 players. Thor just swinging around the corner and taking out. That was Warcock. Also 1-tap on Fabio, and we're now on to round 11. If you guys are just tuning in, my name is Animated. I'm the TO and the current casting talent. We previously had Vu CSGO casting for a bit there from his house in Vancouver, BC. And you are tuned in to Northwest Esports Exit Frag 1, sponsored by Virtual Sports, hosted by Northwest Esports. Alright, looks like Lead Taco bringing out the MG. CGL has a quick peek. Does get to pick up that kill he was going for, but Thor is there to return this. Does get a quick pick onto Roy. Kaplan's already flanked entirely. Fabio's, I think he did try to get a shot off. I saw a little bit of difference here, but it just was not enough. Thor with another 1-tap onto Lead Taco. Believe it or not, moving into the single elimination bracket, this matchup is going to happen once again. So I hope you guys are excited as I am to stick around and see what the outcome of it is. I am not a big fan of Mirage personally, and I do think when there is pretty clear skill disparity, dramatic, clear. Ramp, Kaplan as well, just completely overwhelming Mailbox Kids. Lead Taco does have an up. Struggle, tries to get up into the corner, and Kaplan's there so quickly. We're now into round 13. CGL leading Mailbox Kids 8 and 12, while Kaplan 6. Thorson gets that initial pick onto Fabio. We're now in a 4v5. Looks like Lee Taco might here. Does get that pickup on Emans, as well as Roy gets that pick onto Thorson. Kaplan once again coming up ramp. A force to be reckoned with. Alright, does get shot in the back by Warcock, and here we have Duo totally AFK while Rongcho has made his way to B to get this bomb down. The question remains, can Rongcho do this himself in a 1v2 with an AFK teammate? Looks like Duo has made his way back here. He is no longer AFK. A little bit of apprehension from Mailbox kids given the amount of momentum Nobody's has currently. This would be the time to take advantage of it, but really they had no idea that there was an AFK player. Great one tap from Rongcho. Here's Duo here in middles, completely giving away his position. Now, we'll see. He has no idea. Rongcho's trying to find him right now, but he can't. So Warcock's going into round 14 with the Krieg. Alright, this is a pretty textbook game. Great utility usage by Roy, doing his best to stop the barrage of grenades. Players coming up A ramp. All 5 players up A ramp. Roy does get a pick on Thorson. This smoke is really making it difficult for Nobodies. Alright, CGL getting that pick from Connector. Halfway now in a 2v1. And CGL taking him down for Mailbox Kids to pick up their second round. I'd be hard pressed to think that Nobodies would be out of utility at this point. And it does look like we have 4 PP Bisons on the Nobodies team. I cannot wait to see how this is going to play out. Warcock, I'm pretty sure that was a mistake, and this is not the round to do it. Nobodies, it's pretty clear at this point. They've got all 5 going B. CGL is going to do his best to pick him. He's not in his position. Oh, he does get 2 immediately. Those PP Bisons just don't put in enough work, though he does get tapped by the spreading Molly. This is the last round of the half, and it's now a 4v3.
Bomb has been planted.
Alright, he's a wide swing. He does have a Molly to hold him off long. Fabio picking up Thorson. He goes in a position to get Roy, though he does get traded by Warcock. He's by himself in a 1v3 with a PP Bison. Can he do it? Jumps out of the window. He is fully committed to this. Looks like there's just enough time to make this defuse happen. Mailbox Kids goes into the second half now with 3 rounds.
Bomb has been defused.
Wow. What an incredible strategy there from Nobodies. As you can see, Kaplan rolling through with 21 kills, 9 deaths, and I think that's 8 assists. Meanwhile, CGL holding down Mailbox Kids 12 to 14. We're now getting into the second half of this last match of groups. Nobody's up 12 rounds. Lead Taco with the Half-Life spray. And this is just going to be what appears to be a textbook A-hit. With all players from Nobody's pushing middle right now. I think at some point they're going to go... Oh gosh. Kaplan taking a nade to the face. CGL's up here just sniping with this Glock here. And I think since Fabio was in T-spawn, he's going to let him know, you know, this flank is coming through. Meanwhile, it looks like we do have a player from Mailbox Kids that pushed through window and has now taken hold of... Where he is is right there. Looks like jungle? Yeah, he's in jungle. Alright, lead Taco with the CZ. So the push push mid, all 5 push mid from nobodies did not work in their favor. Some clever strategies coming out of here. Alright, 4 deagles, 5 deagles coming out from nobodies as they lead 8 rounds ahead. We're moving into round 17 with a full buy. Full buy from Mailbox Kids. Warcock picking up Kaplan really good. Alright. Duo getting that deagle kill, though he does eventually get picked up by CGL. Lead Taco making it through into market with his life. Clears out that final player for the last frag of that round. Alright, Mailbox Kids getting a little bit of momentum here. Utility usage looks like this is going to be a textbook A hit, which might be the best play to make this time, though there's a little bit of apprehension from Mailbox Kids. Little do they know there was 3 players P from nobodies. It would have been the perfect opportunity to try to take this A site. And they're just waiting for this aggression to come out, but I think after not really having any money in a couple of rounds, their strategy's not working out. Nobodies are taking it easy. Displaying a little bit of that apprehension Mailbox Kids had. Great one geek there from Molly is a connector. Emens just seeing those little feetsies in the smoke and picks up that deagle kill. CGL here doing work. Fortunately gets taken down by Duo. That scout Duo just happens to be in the right place at the right right time to take down Roy and Warcock, and the defuse is coming through with the defuse kit.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Alright, we're now on round 19. Once again, this is the last match of our groups, which will move into a single elimination 4-team bracket with a best-of-3 final. Alright, seemed like there might have been a bit of miscommunication there from Mailbox Kids. Seemed like they had a plan and then they reverted quickly off that. Oh man, Kaplan with this Krieg is just a monster. Pushes up mid, making things so difficult for nobodies. Oh my gosh, picking up his 3rd from that mid push. Warcock in a great position. Though unfortunately hard and manages to get Rongcho there, but is quickly picked up by Emens. We're now on to round 20. Rongcho here with a unique one-way smoke with the auto. I think I see a bug there. It just keeps looking like the bomb is already planted. Hey, Rongcho is just here and gonna get carte blanche on all these players. Picks up 2, but does get deagled down. Oh my gosh, and Warcock takes out Fabio and also gets taken down while he's trying to plant the bomb. Great pick there from Kaplan to take us into match point. And this is a B take. Emens has the perfect flank. He's going to make sure he can get closer. Almost gets a double with that swag 7 And very quickly, the match is taken by nobodies. And we'll be back shortly, moving into our single elimination bracket. Stick around. All right, we are moving into the single elimination bracket. Just waiting for both teams here to file into the server, and it looks like we have potentially another 4 or 5 matches ahead of us. If you guys want to see the updated bracket, I do have up-to-date seating. It's exclamation point bracket, and it'll take you to our single elimination 4-team best of 3 final bracket. From what I understand here, it looks like one player from Zoomers is heading to the store, or is coming back from the store, so your patience is absolutely welcomed. If you guys are just learning about Northwest Esports, we are the coolest, hands down the coolest esports organization within our region. You can check out our proprietary tournament system that is poorly programmed by myself in the ancient art of PHP at nwes.gg. If you want to learn more about our organization as a whole, you can head to nwesports.org, as well as, once again, our Twitter is at NWESORG. Once again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We are going to pop back to a break, just a short break here. And this will be the first round of our single elimination bracket. Once again, you can do exclamation point help for commands. Some of them are funny, some of them are serious, as well as exclamation point bracket to see the current state of Exit Frag 1, sponsored by Virtual Sports, hosted by Northwest Esports. Stick around.
Simple, I play with a mantle. Mama said she saw me on Jimmy Kimmel. Canada, cause I'm a money symbol. Walking with the rest, I'm looking crippled. Go that bit, then I tipple. A nigga put me to take pictures. From my lip, but I cripple. Double my for a triple. So my body no biblical. I'm not your average or typical. I'm not your get my wrist in this critical. Hold it up, in the temperature. Get that back on the regular. I got a bag on my cellular. Get them vegetables. Back it up, keep this medical. Cocaine, codeine, etc. Cocaine and lean is federal. Take off in no nebula. I said that's when next on my schedule.
You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Hit up a lot, 300 cash, in the carton with a blood in it. Look at my thigh, and she got ass, she gon' fuck up a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, finna jump in the stash. In Italy, got too far, hoes they DM me. Hard to talk, when it's cold, you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, and be real with me. Heat it up like it's a feast, set it dope on fleek. Know these niggas get sick of me, these chains on my neck cause I'm ill a piece. I don't even like to freestyle for free, I put in the key and I ride the beat. I don't even come out the house for free, I pay a nigga to drive for me. Jay-Z couldn't even co-sign for me, I do what I want cause I'm signed to me. I get the back, they get the back at the cut of the hat. Stop the comparing, y'all making me laugh. Need the rehab, I'm addicted to cash. Convertible walk, convertible talk, my dope got a vertical, look at it how. And it jump out the pot, came out the jail and went straight to the top. Take it easy, baby, middle of summer, I'm freezing, baby. Don't leave me, baby, just drop to your knees and please me, baby. I'm
All right, quickly, all players made it back into the server. So, once again, I am Animated, your TO and current casting talent. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. This is the first round of our semifinal bracket, of which I've updated the command. So if you want to check out the bracket, you can do !bracket, see the current status of it. I also forgot to do a transition in that last one, so it was a pretty quick cutover, but I think you guys will make it. Alright, now that we've got all 5 players in the server, I'm going to load up the right match so we know who is playing, which this will be RYD versus Zoomers. Seed 2 versus Seed 3. Oddly enough, it is showing this as a best of 3, so I'm gonna have to go and generate a new match, which this is Zoomers versus RYD. Alright, that looks better. So our semifinal bracket will be a best of 1 with a best of 3 final. If you guys are just popping by, we are on site here at Virtual Sports. This tournament has been a hybrid with 2 teams online and 2 teams on LAN. Unfortunately, due to the wonderfully deadly coronavirus, that's actually pretty good. We had 50% attendance today, so not sure how much more I could ask for. On the RYD side, we have Andrea, Liquid, Draxon, Kyler, who I learned flew in from Ohio, and Corrupt. On the Zoomer side, we have D. Matson, J. Mercy, Jackie, Alert, and MJC. Sure that actually works. All right, and after a quick update from Lewis, there's currently the map veto going on, so we will know just here in a few minutes, or in just a few seconds, which map we'll be changing to. This would be first round of our single elimination bracket, Ray, after having a round robin where each team of 4 teams plays each other twice. How are you not a mod? Here you go. Fixed. I don't think we've seen a single round of Overpass today. We did see Dust 2, Vertigo, and Nuke made an appearance one time. Otherwise, it has been Inferno and Mirage largely all day. Surprisingly enough. With my ethicable LAN experience, I try to avoid Mirage as much as possible. But it really depends on what the flavor is. A lot of people find that Mirage is very easy to develop and maintain executes. And speak of the devil, we are moving on to Mirage. Alright, well you guys aren't here, but I just had to go and give RYD the look, because this is probably the 5th time that they've played Mirage today. But we'll see. I'm excited for this matchup. There definitely was some good momentum shown from both teams throughout the day in different instances, so I am looking forward to seeing RYD on this next map. If you guys are just tuning in, I am Animated, your TO and current casting talent. Earlier we did have Vu share stream with us and do a little bit of casting himself. He was dead tired and asked that I take over for the rest of this, so you're welcome. Alright, we should be moving into the knife round here shortly. If you guys did see that command, we do have an online CSGO tournament on the Faceit platform called Ground Zero. If you do ! Ground Zero, you'll be led to the tournament within the Northwest Esports Hub. Feel free to check that out. All right, and we are moving into the knife round. RYD lining up here on A ramp, but it looks like Zoomers have the same idea. Lots of tiger tooth knives here in play. Oh man, and a classic blender alert with 3 knife kills this round. Just 12 HP left, so close. Likely Zoomers does keep CT side. And RYD dropped a player? Alright, looks like Andrea's reconnecting. Okay, I think Andrea's gonna get back into here. I just walked over there and after a few expletives, I think she's got everything squared away. I'm gonna consciously, actively try to avoid having an upward inflection after everything I say. I've realized that like 3 times today while I've been talking about what's going on in game, and it just drives me insane, but it's so easy to do. Okay. You guys are here with me for this. So, alright, Andrea's back in the server, and she is once again disconnected. Really excited to see how this match is going to turn out. I think Nobody's is also playing Mailbox Kids as we speak. I'll do my best to keep you guys abreast to the score line. Hopefully we can get this unpaused here and make our way through this first match of the semifinal. Oh, it's so hard to do. I still see that the timer says paused. Some utility purchase from Drax on here. It'll be interesting to see how this is used. With the utility purchase that the pause is done. Okay.
Bomb has been planted.
Alright, so the walk at B was successful. D. Matson's all by himself at A right now. That bomb is going to blow up. Things are looking good. Just a classic creep B and explode out, and it seemed to be working very much in their favor. So much so that not a single life was lost over on RYD, and they actually are all clamping down on D. Matson now. Another quick pause coming through. We are once again unpaused. Great first round by RYD. This is a good way for them to get some solid momentum into these games. Like Liquid picking up the AK. 3 MAC-10s and an UMP. Also, interestingly, 2 kits. 2 kits over on Zoomer's side. This is going to be another classic B hit. Of course, with Zoomers just stacking A, this is going to be a quick round, as clearly RYD is going to find out that this site has nobody in it. Given the amount of utility usage, I'm sure Zoomers have picked up on it. Of course, the bomb is down. Alert, nice dink on Kyler from so far away. All 5 players still from Zoomers alive. I think they're just going to do their best to make sure they stay alive through this round. There's no way. Great pick up there from Alert. Only dropping the ump though. Liquid does still have that AK. Up to picking up 2. Also losing his life though. Has quite a bit of money now. As typically Corrupt picks up the op. Interesting, looking over there at J Mercy's money after a buy on the previous round, he only had $2,700 going into Zoomer's first buy round. So, 2 scoped weapons, J Mercy with the scout, Alert has the op, and now we move into round 3. Seeing what kind of picks he can do. Clearly RYD is setting up for a very textbook A hit. That flash was quite premature in my opinion, likely letting Zoomers know that they're doing this setup. Though if executed right, it doesn't matter if they had 4 players there, it could really work for RYD. Andrea coming out of heaven with that MAC-10. Palace. He mats in, a little overwhelmed there, he wasn't really sure if he should finish that shot. Andrea running around right now with 1 HP. 4v4 situation. A lot of the smokes have dissipated from that initial execute. There is no utility over on the Zoomer side to make this retake happen. Draxon ready for that flank from Jackie. Alright, Alert is left by himself. What an amazing flick by Alert. This is not the first time we've seen him do this with a cheeky little spray after that. And Andrea's now left in a 1v1 with 1 HP, though Alert unfortunately just doesn't have the time to wrap that up. So Andrea did try to pick up an AK, but unfortunately with 1 HP it's just not going to happen. Alright, moving into round 4, Zoomers do have an op. Looks like that's a P255-7 and a CZ. The big question is, what are they going to do with it? 3 with Eagle shots coming out that do land on Corrupt. Corrupt is now at 29 HP. You better not hand over that AK. Alright, Liquid re-smoking window, getting that flash into connector. Nice spray onto Godluck or J Mercy. Alert is in the perfect position to make this happen. Unfortunately, that flick doesn't work. So RYD has caught on to his position. He does manage to get a hit onto Liquid on his way out. Liquid now at 10 HP. Oh, and he gets a perfect hit onto Alert. So here's MJC quickly coming back with his teammate on a flank right now. And I'm just not sure that, aside from that CZ hit, they were prepared for this. Andrea is completely blind, trying to maintain the spray as she knows Jackie's taken a few hits. MJC is by himself versus 2 RYD players with full health. Great hit by Andrea. Absolutely perfect pick there on MJC. The wide peak working in her favor. We're now on to round 5. RYD keeping the lead. I'd love to see this momentum from them. Alright, not sure if the running around in spawn might be a little bit of indecision and or clear communication from RYD. This is a full buy from Zoomers. Liquid just waiting for this push here on mid with his teammate who's pushed up a little bit further. Keep in mind I am using auto director, so this is kind of reactive casting. Gotta love it. There are 2 Zoomers players here in mid. I'm inclined to think RYD might be actually ready for this. Corrupt watching for that push. Flash over onto A, and this might be a solid fake. If I could hear comms, I'm inclined to think that this might be a play for picks round. He might be a little more organized. Great pick by Kyler. She absolutely had some semblance that D. Matson is there. Alert's in a perfect position. Oh, he just can't lock that down. He might even blinded himself. Great pick here from Liquid. The execution has occurred, and RYD has taken over B bomb site. Hopefully they'll pick up on 2 players flanking. I think Corrupt might have seen this now, and luckily his teammate is right there to make sure that this is just not going to happen the way that they want it to. J Mercy and Alert. Alert sitting at the top of mid here, and I think that they've just folded at this point, as they're aware. Trying to get back into this bomb site with 4 RYD players alive is going to be a struggle. J Mercy's... That looks like Kyler's AK, so he's picking up Kyler's AK. I think they're just going to hunker down and make sure that they keep these guns, as well as Alert with no head armor, but he does have armor and a kit, as well as J Mercy head armor and a kit. Very convincing lead right now from RYD. And this has happened before. The last LAN tournament we had 5 teams on LAN. Zoomers went undefeated in groups, and as soon as they hit the semifinal with RYD beat them and made it into the final with in an impressive way. I'm really excited to see how this plays out. This is going to be just a textbook A, very aggressive initially. J Mercy gets that first pick. I'm sitting here getting him out of position, which they do. Alert though. Is that a double smoke? That was what we would call kind of a crap smoke, but that's alright. It worked. Alright, the bomb is down. This is a pretty textbook 3v3. I don't think they realize that Jackie has a pretty clear viewpoint under that smoke. Unfortunately, that molly just doesn't work in their favor. Jackie did pick up a great deal through that smoke, and now our way in the 2. Oh my god. MJC, the jumping pick on Firebox, and Kyler overextends to try to make this defuse or cancel this defusal, but it's just not going to happen. Zoomers on the board after 6 rounds. Fantastic jumping hit there from MJC. I'm almost inclined to think he might have crouch jumped and had a little bit of leverage on the edge of that box. I'm not really sure, honestly, though. That was pretty impressive. I do find it interesting that Alert right now is 8-3, though his team is down 4 rounds. Here we are in round 7. And this is just a classic full buy. J Mercy's only got a FAMAS with 5 AKs over on RYD. So I think RYD, after that last round, is probably going to do their best to just play the slow game, play their game. Alright, Liquid's putting up those smokes. A couple of smokes here, so... Alright, I think it might be obvious, though, to Liquid that they've picked up on this, so he might be calling this off, which it appears that's pretty clear. And that was a fake anyway. But it worked. There's only 1 player at A right now. There is a rotation coming through for CT, but the execution is happening on A. We've got a player under Balk and a player in CT who's about to be completely blind. I don't think anybody's picked up on D. Matson being under Balk. D. Matson might have been a little premature on that shot. Alert is going to try to get this bomb kill. But the bomb does get down, so RYD is in a 2v4 situation. Oh man, and Liquid had the perfect positioning, though Jackie picked up on that so quickly. I'm not sure this flashbang's going to work. As a matter of fact, Yeah, it looked like it bounced off the ceiling there on ramp. So Andrea taken down, and Zoomers are going to pick up their second round with the bomb defusal. Solid attempt at a fake there from RYD. Alright, we're into round 8 now. I believe actually that kill last round was D. Matson's first kill on the board here as we move into round 8. And this is an eco. I find it interesting though, RYD has so much utility while they may not actually have the firepower. MJC's in a perfect position, takes down 3, 2 of them with a molly. It's Draxon and Liquid with actual weapons. So there is a MAC-10 in play, but it was just not enough, and MJC pulls out, from my understanding, the first ace of the day. Very well played by MJC. He absolutely called that. And the first, not the first pause, clearly, but pause comes in. So this might be a good call. I'm inclined to think this is RYD's pause. Probably want to try to stop some of the Zoomers' momentum while they have the chance. They do have the money to make this full buy happen, but really, how are they going to execute? Especially given the sort of varying results that they've had. I would like to think those first 3 or 4 rounds they won consecutively really had to do with them just taking their time, playing for picks initially, and then deciding on a bomb site and going for it. Alright, we're still paused. Only Kyler's purchased a weapon. Traxon has purchased a smoke, so... and this is... Zoomers are playing from their houses, though they are regional. And RYD is actually on site here on LAN, so... a couple more purchases coming through. I'm really surprised that we haven't seen Corrupt pick up the op, even if he doesn't have head armor. Corrupt has been holding down the op very strongly throughout this whole tournament, from what I've seen. There's an op play on Alert, which is really tough. As you can see, Alert is 9 and 3, and he just has those flicks down. Alright, 5 AKs from RYD. We are in round 9 now. Alert just watching this mid. The smoke on mid window has happened. So Jack's in a great position for this. Gets traded immediately, which is perfect. MJC is up on top, gets traded out, and this is a great opportunity for RYD to take this site. I don't think though that Liquid is prepared for such a quick cat rotate. This is actually looking really good in their favor. Great molly play. Should keep that cat player at bay for now. Oh, and it looks like Alert's just doing his best to try to get these optics. This is a 3v3 that is totally winnable by RYD. Wow, great flick by J Mercy, just absolutely taking Liquid by surprise. Kyler's in a really tough spot, and unfortunately just can't get those last 2 kills. The timing was just unfortunately a little too awkward. But D. Matson has picked up that op, so I'm sure he'll give back to Alert quite promptly. And we now move into round 10. So after that considerable pause, looks like RYD had a good plan. It just really came down to that execution was really difficult. Largely on the retake though. That was definitely a huge retake from Zoomers. Alright, the A execution is happening. D. Matson's trying to find a good position for this, and frankly, there's so much utility being thrown by Zoomers. This is a really tough play for RYD. They are getting this bomb down, though, and Jay Mercy can hear that very clearly. They're trying to get the bomb down again. Jay Mercy just holding definitely round one. Bullets in that gun. Andrea gets the P250 kill, but the bomb unfortunately did not go down. I'm not really sure where an AK came from over on the RYD side. Maybe somebody had a little extra money. But well done by Zoomers. They've tied up this score line now pretty confidently. In fact, I want to say I'm pretty sure all of these 5 round wins all came at the same time. Jay Mercy, good nade up there. He's not going to know when he's in the corner that there are 3 players. Great spray by picks up the third. Drax on trades. Kyler takes down Alert. Op out of the hands of Alert. But Kyler has lots of work to do here. This is a 1v3 situation, and there is a ton of utility over on Zoomer's side to just make her life as difficult as possible in this scenario. Trying to do some peeks, trying to get those picks with the op. MJC is just trying to find that head. Fortunately, he can't. Oh, there it is. Great pick again. She's got a lot of time to make this happen. If she gets creative, may very well work in her favor. Take a look on the overlay there. Her KD is currently 1.29. She's got 2 kills so far this round. 9 and 7. I absolutely expect Zoomers to be watching both of these positions. She's made her presence known. Now the time is ticking down. She's doing her best to get out here, and there's probably a couple of off angles being held. And the wide swing comes out from D. Matson as she tries to take down the triple player in Jackie, and Zoomers now takes the lead. Jay Mercy putting a flash over mid. Just fascinating. Jay Mercy just seems to know where all of these players are coming anytime. Great shots by Matson and Jay Mercy to get them while they're trying to make their way up cat. Bomb is now down in Jackie's favor. Zoomer's favor. So this is going to be a struggle for the remaining 2 players on RYD. Kyler does have an M4 in her possession. Liquid trying to get that M4 without his life being taken. He's in a tough position. Unsurprisingly, Jackie's getting a boost. So Jackie's got a great angle, but Lewis Liquid now turns this into a 2v2, and MJC, careful as always, trying to creep around the corner and just find a good position. I think it's pretty obvious given the vent break where the RYD players are coming from, but that molly from Liquid is in a specific position, which Kyler comes around the corner and MJC's presence is known. And this is a full map crossfire with great timing as Liquid tries to take on Alert, or MJC, and Alert just creeps around the corner and picks him off. And we're at round 13. So 3rd time is the charm. I'd love to see all the players from RYD make it to a certain position, and Jay Mercy happened to be there. You know, I think that either RYD is getting a little impatient and or they're going to try to do their best to be aggressive initially. I do find that interesting as the initial rounds they won, they were using so much time on the clock. They're trying to navigate his way down here. This might end up being a one-way. RYD's got to be careful in mid. They're hanging out in mid, though there is one player coming from underpass, and clearly Kyler with that op has been scoping, and it's got to be very obvious to D. Matson at this point, hearing her scoping in Palace there. Molly goes into window. Looks like a play is trying to be made. Trevor spots the player in window. Or I'm sorry, up on cat. great pick here by Kyler. She still has 100 health left, so it's gonna come down. I was gonna say this is coming down to timing, and Alert just finds that perfect timing. Corrupt. Great timing from him as well, and it looks like RYD outside of MJC being here is going to take over this B bomb site, but MJC has given away his position. Alright, Alert just getting a little too aggressive there, and Corrupt being able to shoot him right in the back. This may be... Oh, this is very, very likely the RYD's 6th round. Fantastic plays by all from RYD. Just being perfectly patient and using all of their timing and utility exactly as they should have. Might be a little bit of a facepalm from MJC there as they were coming out. There wasn't really much he could do. Simply timing is where that worked in RYD's favor. So we are in round 14. RYD getting a great opportunity to tie this up. So there's not any problems with Zoomer's economy at this point. Likely J Mercy. That had to have been a whiff on that Molly. I'm sure he's hearing the scoping there on ramp, doing his best. Yeah, I guess I just realized I'm not hearing any game sounds at all. I mean, that's not like by design. I didn't really make it so I could hear game sounds, but I just... it's great. Anyway, alright, so J Mercy in a perfect position. Corrupt trades Kyler out, though. Things are going to get messy here. Liquid's going to creep his way through connector. Happens